All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Liquid Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully you had an incredible weekend. Good morning, Peter. How are you today?
Hey, good morning, Carlos. Yeah, I'm great. Good long weekend. It was nice. Great weather here, actually. Really hot.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, it was relaxing because my son is en route. He's in the air on his way from Europe. So I'm very excited to have him back home for the first time in a couple of years. That'll be later this afternoon, just before the close. So looking forward to picking him up at the airport. Other than that, yeah, we got a day of trading. I'll be trading a little bit later with our friends at Peak Capital Trading. So you'll be joined by Mike here for the open. And yeah, we got a busy day going.
We sure do, friends. Take a quick look at our gappers list and see what's going on there. A lot of stuff in the green, feeling nice this morning. Just a couple of stuff not doing so hot. NVO and UPC, which is a low flow that was active, I believe, last week. So we'll see what's that up to. But for the most part, a lot of stuff in the green. SPY slightly higher, so that's looking pretty good this morning. Yes, I had a great weekend. Yeah, I did. So good morning to everybody over on YouTube. We're live on X as well. I got you guys here. And we're also live in our members chat room. So I got you guys over here. So good morning. And weekend was great. Weather here was, man, brutal. Like Saturday and Friday, scorching. You could not barbecue outside. It was that bad. We jumped in the pool on Friday to cool off. The water was hotter than it was outside. It was just like
Really?
It was hot, Peter. I mean, you could not believe.
Wow.
You could not believe how hot it was. Except, of course, I'm exaggerating, but the pool was not cooling you off at all. It was just that hot, and you couldn't last long there with the sun the way it was. It was pretty bad. It was pretty actually. I like the hot weather, not that hot. That is just unbearable. It was
hot, but it wasn't that hot here. So
it felt like 110 at some points, Peter. It was pretty bad. So, but yesterday was a little better. But yeah, we're over that heat wave for now, for the most part. But yeah, still a great weekend. And let's see what this market brings for us today. Peter, let's start with, I don't have your screen for the U.S. economic calendar.
Well, we can fix that.
Yeah.
My goodness. Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. It was a slow start to the Moretta households, man. We were all struggling. Kids went to bed like 10 last night.
You were dragging it a bit today?
Oh, man. Then I watched the Mexico game, half asleep. But, yeah, it was, we're definitely dragging this morning. All right, here we are.
The Mexico-England game last night, not to talk too much about World Cup, but that was probably the best World Cup soccer game I have seen in a while.
It's really good.
Now, I'm not sure I agree with all the calls, but but yeah, it was a pretty awesome game.
You know what? And we could spend a little time with this because this is what's happening. Like you put on Bloomberg, you put on anything. This is what's going on. This football thing has taken over everything. It's going to take over tonight again. Like I have to move on boarding class. Going to have to be at 7 because the football game starts at 8. And I know if I leave my boarding class at 8, nobody's going to show up. So we might do that at 7 today because it happened last time we had a big event like this. Nobody showed up to the boarding class. Me and Dwayne were like, where's everyone? And we realized, there's a game going on. So, so we might move that earlier. But Peter, I have never seen such different type of calls in any type of game organization. Like NBA, they stick to it. But you look at the Paraguay game, I mean, these guys are kicking and elbowing each other. I've never seen such a dirty type game.
Yeah, that was
these guys are horrible. I'm like, they're like kicking each other and elbowing. I'm like, and then I see the other game. I'm like, wait, that's very different. And here this gets called. Here this doesn't get called. I mean, it is very, I don't know, very weird. I've never seen anything like that. To your point.
Apparently, the ref after the Paraguay game, the ref got sent home. So they were unhappy enough with him that they said, "You're done."
It makes sense. This guy was not calling anything. These guys were basically boxing each other at one point.
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
Yeah.
All right, Peter, what we got for today?
Yeah. A whole lot of stuff, but a lot of little stuff, frankly. And it feels like similar data to what we were seeing last week. So we got the S&P PMI numbers, services and composite PMI. Then we have the ISM manufacturing at 10. So 9:45 and 10 is when really the data is coming out today. Again, feels like a repeat of what we were doing late last week, but that's what they say the data is that's coming. So we'll take a look for that. Again, I don't expect the market to take much of a reaction, really. We're probably just going to sail through the day with whatever's moving. And it was a pretty quiet weekend, actually, in international news. I was a little surprised by that. So I don't see a lot of drive here for the market to make any big changes. But again, that's okay for me because I sort of like these markets. They tend to trade well for me. But if you're relying on the news and big open moves, this could be a tough one. We'll see what happens.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted here with some X stuff. I wonder if the X stream is not working. I saw it on and scheduled. So let me check that as we go through.
Let's see if I can find it here.
Let's see. Starting July 6th at 8 a.m. Well, guess what? It's past July 6th at 8 a.m. So why have you not started? I tell you, man. X has to figure it out. YouTube has figured it out. They're streaming. Top of the line, never fails, but X has to figure things out. So let's just click here and click it back.
I don't see it here.
Yeah, I'm on it right now. It doesn't say it has started yet, so we'll send another fee, see if that works. Just give us 1 second, friends. Shows here. Shows we're connected. Yeah. All right, we'll keep trying it. I don't want to hold up the show. We'll keep trying this on the back end, but I do see it here. Okay, we'll figure something out. All right, friends, quick look at our gappers list this morning. Look at this one, FXHO up 123%. So let's see what's happening there. Let's start with that one, work our way down, and we'll try to get X up and running. I'll cancel the fee that's there now. We'll do another one in just a second. So FXHO. This morning we are up 115% now. Was up a lot higher as we hit was this 126.50 at one point. After hours, I would assume this would have been Thursday. After hours Thursday, this thing hit 28. So all over the place here. 1.7 million shares float. Peters is a little bit on the lower side. What's the latest and greatest?
Well, they renamed themselves. Apparently last week they renamed themselves from U-Time to FXHO, and they just changed their ticker from WTO to FXHO. So this is like sort of a new, it's a new ticker, but not exactly a new IPO. In any event, apparently they have made a bid to buy Web3. I don't even know how to say this. There's too many vowels in this thing. But anyways, they're going to make a Web3 acquisition, which is what's driving this thing higher. So apparently it's a popular crypto data platform called FEIXIAOHAO.ai. If you know what that is, then it's popular. Apparently, not with me. Never heard of it, but it's driving this feels like a low float all day long. I mean, we're talking about. I see 100,000 shares in the float. Like, this thing is ridiculous. And it's really not moving all that well pre-market, despite the big gap up and the 2.4 million shares traded. It's looking pretty lethargic here. It's not doing much. So I'm not gonna do anything with this. It's just the story is too complicated. Low float trading is not the thing that fits into my risk parameters. Thank you, but no thank you.
Yeah, agreed. All right, so we're doing that. Looks like I did restart it again, so hopefully that works, friends. Let me know over on X. I think it's rocking. I see it showing here, so hopefully that's good. All right, no good for that one.
Now I see it.
You see it?
It's live now,
awesome.
So yeah.
All right, there we go. Let's take a look at the next one. It's going to be JLHL. All right, JLHL. Julong Holding is the name of the company. Never heard of these guys. Float on this was 1.4 million shares traded. So again, pretty crappy on the float side, and I don't see really anything in play. As far as the trading over the last couple of days has hit like 57, has worked its way right back down to $8. So again, I'm not really in play. I think it's the first time we see it hit our list, Peter. But again, low float probably won't be looking at it.
Yeah, look, we've got to remember it's a Monday after a long weekend. So usually that means we get a whole lot of these low floats that start to move. And I don't know, and people look for places to put their money. This is a Julong Holding, like you said. It's a company out of Beijing. Yeah, it's a low float. So do with it what you will. If you like low floats, then maybe you'll like this one. I don't like the look of it at all. Again, it looks sort of like the FXHO we just looked at. This one's not up as much. It's only up 22%, but it's up. It says it has 1.4 million shares, but if you just look at the just look at a 1 minute chart, it's really not, it's not moving. It's not trading. There's no volume coming. Like it doesn't look good. So we're going to get a few of these on our list here that we're going to have to sort of push through.
Yeah, we're probably going to skip a lot of these. I mean, next one here is
but not the next one.
No, not the next one. But if you look at some of the ones that are lower, low float here, again, got some more all the way down here. So a lot of low floats on this list this morning. But no, Wolf, we know is not a low float. We've seen them here before. And WLF, so TeraWolf this morning, rocking. I thought the AI thing was done, right? I thought the AI trade was done with tech. But this one here up 17%, 3.3 million shares traded. So tons of volume this morning. Peter, what's the latest and greatest with TeraWolf today?
Yeah, well, this is a good story of a company. A relatively small company making a deal with a bigger company. So they've been able to announce that Anthropic has signed a 20-year lease at one of their facilities to buy compute power. So I was thinking about this morning as I was reading this article. A 20-year lease, like 20 years from now. Do you think Anthropic really has any clue what data compute they're going to need and if it's going to look remotely like we've got now? Like, I would assume not. But anyways, I guess they're thinking, look, if we go bankrupt, it doesn't really matter if we sign a 5-year lease or a 25-year lease or a 200-year lease, right? Yeah. So they might as well sign 20-year leases and then worry about that in the future, right? That's a problem for future them. So why not? Anyways, I'm sure they get a better rate if you sign a longer deal. TeraWolf thinks, hey, we got a 20-year lease. Anthropic's probably thinking, you know what? Either this all works out and we would care less about this lease in the long run, or it doesn't work out and we could care less about this lease in the long run, right? So anyways, if this lease goes to fruition, it's going to generate about $1 billion a year for TeraWolf. It's a $19 billion deal, the way it's structured. It's going to give them about 400 megawatts of power, and first delivery will be about a year from now in the second half of 2027. So can you believe we're actually in the second half of 2026, Carlos? That feels weird to say. I still think it early in the year, but we're more than halfway through this year. Anyways,
we are rocking.
Good news for TeraWolf. Wolf is one that we have tried to trade in the past and we've looked at. It's a possible for me. 3.2 million shares traded. It's up 14% and was up more than that earlier. It was up twice that earlier, as it hit a high of 27. So yeah, I think this is in play. It's tough to tell at this point how well it's actually going to trade, but it's definitely in play.
Yeah. It is. All right, next one on here. I won't add it to my list because I'm not a big fan of the way it trades. But guys, like Peter mentioned, it's in play. If you like it, definitely put it on yours. Next one on here is DRAM. If you guys know the RAM. Excuse me, I can't even talk today.
Easy for you to say.
So I'm so tired. I can't even talk today, man. This is crazy. The weekend activities are taking its toll, Peter. But here we are. RAM this morning. We are up 15%. Again, ETF that comes up on our list because it has a float somehow. I don't know how, because usually ETFs don't have a float. And my scanners are set that ETFs, that we don't look at stuff with no float to avoid a whole bunch of ETFs. Like if you take that out, you'll see how many ETFs are out there. It'll be insane, this list. But for somehow
Yep.
this one makes its way here with a 2.3 million float. So yeah, not really something we look at, Peter, and nothing to add
No.
here, I assume. No,
No.
yeah, we'll
No.
move on to the next one. TDIC is a low flow 4.8 TDIC. And yeah, nice. As Peter mentioned, a lot of low flows just moving up and just coming right back down again. Not really in play. This is dreamland. Peter, I'll move from this quickly unless you have any news that might be worth sharing. If not, we'll move on to the next one.
You said that like you know this. So yeah, this is Dreamland. Dreamland Limited. I've never heard of this. What do they make
Yeah.
mattresses, or is this like some sort of I don't know what I don't even know what this company is.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
event management service provider. Okay, so they put on concerts and shows in Hong
Mm,
Kong. All right,
okay.
but yeah, like you said, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Moving on.
No. Moving on. ICCM. This was no, it's a low flow. Yeah, 39 million. Still low flowish. But I remember this was in play a couple of days ago. Hit our scanners a couple of times, and you can see here on the daily. Got a couple of days here where it did pop up, moved all the way to 9, and today I don't know what they're doing, but they're trying to get something going here. Popping up all the way to 787, and then back down to $5. So again, just a little messy here. We'll leave this alone. Let's let it settle down and see what it wants to do here. But again, it's just very messy, and now going all the way down to 5. Oof, this is where the hopes and dreams are killed right here, right there. Bang, 480 after being up,
What the
at
hell?
around 7 something. So don't know what's happening with this thing, but it's not good. What you said, Peter?
This is it's just when they give you a headline and you're like, I'm trying to figure out what these words mean. It's first then it's a medical thing, right? So they've got a
Right.
trial. Again, the headline reads: Ice Cure Medical reports expanding ProSense cryoablation adoption in Brazil, backed by a 6-study planned cryodesk trial. If you know what I said, then good for you. I have no idea what I just said. Anyways, apparently it's a breast cancer study in Brazil. So, and they're expanding it. So good news for the company. I don't think that it's going to be tradable. Probably not.
Yeah, I don't
Probably
see
not.
it happening here. So be careful with that one. Not always you see a list, ticker up, 15, 20%, now hanging out on the gap downside of things. And we just saw it here. So, yeah, we'll leave that alone. All right, let's see what else. You know what? Let's stop here. I do see towards the bottom of the list, we do start getting into our semis, right?
The
MU,
semis are all, yeah.
AMD, and they're all bouncing back here this morning. Some of our usual suspects, CRWV, Oracle. I mean, Redwire's been coming up on our list more often than normal, but they're on here as well. AVGO, SanDisk. I mean, it's just the usual suspects. IREN. I mean, how many times have we seen that one? MRVL, CleanSpark, and Mara. See Bitcoin on here as well. Nokia just seems to be having a good time. They're like enjoying whatever's happening. So yeah, let's stop here. Peter, what do you like off this list? Or anything you want to cover before we get to gap down? And we could spend some time because the gap down is pretty dead for the most part.
Well, the big news from last week was still the fact that Meta said that they were going to be selling their excess AI capacity, which sent a little bit of a shockwave, a little bit ripples through the market saying, is there an excess capacity out there? Now, just a minute ago, we talked about the news of Anthropic signing a 20-year deal to get data center space. So, they're still trying to soak up capacity and say they need more. So there's a little bit of a mixed story. As usual, what happens on Wall Street, right? Some people overreact and the market does this little it's very emotional, the market, isn't it? You think it would be more stable and say, all right, let's wait for more data and see what happens. No, the market is going to react like a crazy person to any data that comes out and just jump around. And I guess that's what gives us some trading opportunities. So we can't be too upset over that. But yeah, last week, the semis were all sort of down as there was concern. I shouldn't say all. A lot of semis were down last week. What's weird about it was sort of that while a few of them were down, you got a couple that were just going the opposite direction, but largely the memory stocks, they were down a lot on Thursday. The semiconductors were generally down. So, we saw, and remember Thursday being the last trading day, of course, but yeah, this is just sort of a natural bounce back. You're not going to keep these guys down for too long, right? Because as emotional and irrational as the market is, it's generally it regains its positivity very quick. So it's bouncing back up here again. Yeah, I think you can. I think you should put them on your list. The other thing that, well, I mean, Carlos, obviously, we're always watching Tesla. I think Tesla's worth watching today because Thursday,
Oh
like
man,
people just they lost their
insane. Yeah.
minds on Tesla, man. It got sold off like nobody's business. I mean, just look at the daily chart. Look at that giant down
Yeah.
candle on Tesla. Now, we have to remember there was a big up candle just like 3 days before that, earlier in that same week. So, net on the week, Tesla actually ended up higher than it started the week, right? But that being said, the last day of the trading week was a big down day. So I think this is going to be in play, and it doesn't really matter, right? Sometimes you worry about an inside day, meaning it'll trade within the range of the last trading day. Who cares if it trades within that range? That still gives us like a $30 range to play with. So yeah, Tesla in play for sure. Like, whatever it does, I think it's in play and worth watching. Interesting, SpaceX didn't have as interesting of a day. So I don't know. We're seeing a little divergence in those stocks. Those I think the ones that I'm going to watch. I mean, Meta, like we mentioned, had the big news, and while it's sort of sold off, well, not sort of, it did sell off on Friday. I don't know. I didn't love the move. I didn't think it was all that great. I don't think it's going to do much today. And I think all the other sort of Mag 7, the Amazons, the Googles, even Apple, I think are going to be fairly quiet. Apple, on the other hand, by the way, had a great Thursday. They really they pushed higher at the open and held it for the rest of the day. So, but I just think I feel that they're going to be quiet today. No basis for that, but there's really no news in that sector. I think that all these companies are being fairly quiet. So that's what I think for what we should watch from a gap up perspective overall, Carlos.
Yep.
We got busy here this morning just talking about the news and jumping right into things. And
Yep.
we didn't, we sort of talked about how hot it was in New York. And I think I know part of the reason why it was so hot in New York. Because the hottest wedding of the century happened at Madison Square Gardens. That probably brought the heat. Anyways, I just find it fascinating how people are so involved in their lives or like to think they are. So Madison Square Gardens, a little bit of an unusual venue for a wedding, don't you think? But it sort of makes sense, right? I mean, it's central to where a lot of your guests are going to be. They, of course, could get married anywhere. Who cares, right? I mean, they'll just fly people wherever they need to. It's easy to secure. I mean, the whole thing is built to be secured, right? So, I mean, it sort of makes sense as a venue. Apparently, it was a surprisingly intimate evening where they wore their fancy stuff. Carlos, I don't know if you were following this news or you had the details. Do you know who their officiant was? Do you know who
They could have not picked anybody better than him.
Adam Sandler, the wedding singer himself.
I can only imagine how good he did.
He is supposed to be like a very sort of kind, and sort of a nice guy. So I can't imagine what he did, but apparently he ran a good ceremony in any event. So yeah, and I was asking my wife. My wife told me about this weekend, and I'm like, so did he have to get like a certificate? Did he go online? Did he get ordained? Is it I don't even know how it works. What does it take to officiate a wedding? Do you just have to do you need any special credentials? Was it a civil ceremony?
You do have to get register or something, maybe a course online, whatever.
I don't know. Anyways, I just find it odd how that happened. Now, also in New York, fireworks. Well, in New York, I have a picture here, Carlos, of fireworks over New York. But like happened everywhere in the world, everywhere in the U.S., it was a big, of course, the celebration on Saturday. So there you go. It seems like there's a lot of New Jersey news going on here. So, but yeah, that was the. I like how people have such a reaction to Taylor Swift. Either like you love it, like when I was looking up the article, people like drove 12 hours to just go stand outside Madison Square Garden and see nothing, right? And then of course you get people like Naomi and John who are like, whatever, I don't care, but they so violently don't. They have to make sure everybody knows they don't care. So
did they do this for like Elvis? I mean, it wasn't around, but was this like a thing for Elvis too? Because I could see people going nuts.
I have no idea. Yeah.
Because this is the comparison of what you would do.
Yeah.
Right, like I could see people going running to
Anyways.
Elvis. They can't even get in the
Sure.
show and waiting outside or
Yeah.
something. I could see that.
Could
I mean, I
be.
saw this for the Backstreet Boys. You guys remember the Backstreet Boys? I saw that personally got dragged by a girlfriend to a Backstreet Boys MTV Times Square window, Peter. I'm like, what are we doing here?
Really?
And it was just madness. And you couldn't see anything. They put the shades down because the fans were crazy. But my girlfriend dragged me, and I'm like, yeah, I'll go with you. Oh, man, what a
All right.
mistake that was. Oh, boy. Yeah,
Well, I guess we know what happened to that doomed relationship.
Yeah, I didn't last.
Anyways.
Peter, this picture you have here, so this was being done on the bridge. I think it's the Brooklyn Bridge. And
Yeah.
man, there was some fires that got caught on the actual bridge. So the firefighter department had to put out a lot
Really?
of
Like,
a lot of
They
work.
set
Yeah,
things on fire. Oh, that's
like
not-
actually got
never
caught
good.
on fire. Yeah, so hopefully not too bad damage on the bridge. But yeah,
Mm.
all right, what else you got?
Oh, well, do you want to keep doing news or you want to go
Actually,
back to?
we could go back to the gap down list. Yeah, let's not go through all of
Let
them
me know.
here. And
We
actually,
got a bunch of news today.
yeah, in 2.5 minutes here, we actually have engineering the market starting in our chat room. So, do we have any data coming out before 8:30 today,
No.
Peter, or no? No?
Not
Okay.
today, no.
All right, so Jared, whenever you're ready, we'll hand it off to you, my friend. And once Jared gets up and running, we'll switch over to him. In the meantime, quick look at our gap risk list brought to you by Trading Terminal. Again, our gap up list, as we mentioned, made up of a lot of the semis, memory stocks that have been in play that were down, especially as Peter mentioned on Friday. I'm sorry, not Friday. Last day of the week was Thursday, last day of trading. On Thursday, big sell-offs on a lot of these names, so a lot of them just bouncing back this morning. I don't think they're heavily in play, but there are some better than other ones, like Tesla. I definitely agree with Peter. I'm going to be watching that one, and we'll look at what else we can get off the list here. All right, on the gaps downside of things, we have a UPC. This was in play last week as well. If you guys remember the daily, let me remind you, it was just craziness. Popped up to 17, closed at 12, and then from there, it's just dwindled down. And now you're getting some flare-ups, but I don't think there's anything here that's tradable. So we're going to leave this alone, Peter, unless you have anything to add to this. I don't think it's
Nope.
really something we'll touch on there. Right, so we'll move on
No,
to
not really.
ZIM is the next one on here. ZIM. This is integrated shipping. We know this because it pops up on our list quite a bit. It's been a while since we looked at it. But here, they're down this morning 6.9, 231,000 shares trade. They don't get a lot of volume. Like if you look at their daily, they're below 2.7 for the last month or so. So not one we really look at, but today they're down 7% this morning, Peter.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is with the the reopening, anyways, of the Strait of Hormuz. It's just saying that things might get back to normal if it actually does reopen as expected. And Zim, as you can see, if you sort of go back, it's been enjoying a pop that it held on to ever since the Strait closed. Because their shipping is largely unaffected. Their shipping doesn't go through the Strait for the most part, and they were expected to be a net beneficiary. So as the Strait reopens, that gain is expected to diminish, and you can see the stock dropping. So it's sort of just a reaction to that. The expectation is that the Strait is going to reopen, maybe. I don't know. How many times have we heard that the Strait is open? No, it's closed. No, it's open, closed. Open with a fee. No fees allowed. No, it's closed again. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I remember that largely the decisions as to whether to send ships through is going to be made by insurance companies, probably more than anything, right? Because if you've got a massive ship like that and the insurance company says, look, man, if you take it through, we are not insuring you. Usually the owners are like, well, then we're not going through, right? Because they can't afford the risk of loss. So, yeah, we'll see. Anyway, so it's an ongoing event. The market largely has just said, whatever, we're just moving on with life. But Zim is one of those few companies that is directly impacted. So.
Gotcha. All right, friends. See, Jared's all squared up and lined up with his screens to go here. So we'll hand it off to Jared. Have a great rest of your day here. Engineering the market starts now with our members. All right, excellent. Let's continue here with X and YouTube. And friends on YouTube, today I'm not typing much good mornings, but don't feel left out. Usually I say good morning to everyone on here as they're joining in. But today it's just the energy levels are not where they usually are after a long weekend of partying. So
now, do you have a coffee there? You need
You know
coffee.
what? No, I don't have a coffee. I didn't have a
Well,
coffee
that's
this
part of the
morning.
problem. You need your coffee.
No, I think the problem today was the intake from yesterday. The intake was very high. Oh man, but I should get a coffee. Maybe that would help. But man, the
Yeah.
intake yesterday was definitely it started early, Peter. 8 a.m. We're watching Formula One. You know, it starts at 8 a.m. in the morning because they're in I think in Britain, I think it was. So man, it was just events after events, barbecue, then soccer, then more soccer. I mean, it was awesome. It was insane. I mean, I had to
Okay.
take out the recycling this morning, and I'm like, man, we went through a lot of stuff. So,
Right.
yeah, yeah. So it was a great time, and looking forward to tonight's soccer game, U.S. versus Belgium, I believe it is. So that should be fun. It should be fun. All right. We looked at the gap down, right? So Sim and BB is the next one. We don't have much in the gap down, Peter. BB is the only one that's left here. And this is BlackBerry. They're down 2.2. Not a whole lot of action over the last couple of days. BlackBerry has seen a very nice move here. But again, and it's funny, BlackBerry has been in our list, and so has Nokia. I know we didn't talk about it, but look at Nokia. Nokia also has been very active. Two dinosaur telephone
Wow.
companies. That's the way I can put
Dinosaur
it.
trains, eh? Well,
Dinosaur tickers or companies with some good memories. Like I have great memories of both of these companies owning phones back in the days. But both of them in the last couple of weeks, very active. So
yeah.
um, I'm not sure who's
Yeah.
driving BlackBerry lower this morning or Nokia higher, Peter.
Well, BlackBerry's a little bit of just a pullback. I mean, like you said, if you look at the daily on this, I mean, it has gone from $3 over the last couple of months up to 13, which is big for BlackBerry. It doesn't normally move, like a crazy low float stock. Um, and generally, it was just no real news. Interestingly, on it, I mean, there's a little bit of news, right? As they QNX, which is one of their divisions, which does lidar systems for self-driving cars, got a little bit of attention. But it's not like they introduced a revolutionary new technology or did anything different. There just seemed to be a little bit of enthusiasm on BlackBerry, so that's pushed it higher. Nokia, I haven't really seen anything. I'm not sure why it's even moving. It's. I mean, they did have some private investment, and I don't think either one of these is a trading opportunity. They just never really trade that well. So,
Yeah.
as much as it's gapping down, it feels like just again a reaction to the big move up that it had over the last while, and I don't think we're going to get anything we can trade from it.
Yeah, the volume is usually not great. So we'll keep it off the list. I think there'll be better things for us to look at for sure, friends. All right, that covers, again, our gap down. Not much happening there. Everything's pretty much sitting on the gap up side of things. A couple of tickers, if you missed it earlier today, we went through a few of these in the top that, again, did not look all that well. TeraWolf is probably the best one out of all of them with some good news, up 17% this morning. Again, they don't trail that well, but I'll tell you this. Today, I don't have a lot on my list that I'm watching, clearly, as you can see in the banner below. Maybe today's a day where I put this on the list, right? And we just watch it. I mean, I don't think I'm going to get a trade out of it, but today's one of those days coming into the week, full week, right? There's nothing happening. So we have back to a full week of trading. I think today is going to be more of a wake-up week, a wake-up day for a lot of these tickers, myself included. So we'll watch Wolf, WULF. We'll put it on here.
Oh.
And I might have moved it to a secondary, but for now, let's see. I mean, it does have very active pre-market activity right now. 4.5 million shares traded, up 17%.
It's the best of what we've seen so far. I would agree. So now, one that unfortunately we can't trade, Anthropic has had a bunch of news over the weekend. I was surprised to see Baba, which had a related story to it. It's actually gapping up, but not by much and not on much volume. So that could go in the opposite direction. But Alibaba had some, let's talk about Anthropic news. So two pieces of Anthropic news. Out of the U.S., The news was that the U.S. government has lifted export controls on a couple of the Anthropic models, and they're going to reintroduce the Claude Fable 5 and Mythos 5 platforms. So they're going to start bringing access back to people. I mean, the models are still running, but they just had to restrict access because of those export controls. So they're going to make that. We had a slide on that, Carlos. But anyways, there's. So that's good that they're going to be reintroducing that. Interestingly, related news, a sort of an internal memo was leaked from Alibaba that said that they basically management had to reprimand their staff not to use the Claude AI to train their internal AI. So basically, they said stop copying their homework, which I thought was sort of funny. They basically said that they are absolutely preventing by corporate policy any internal developer from using the Claude AI to train their own internal AI. Don't do that. Which it is again, Carlos, just sent shivers down my spine about when you have one AI trying to train another AI and how are they programmed? Are they programmed to be friendly? Are they unfriendly? What if it feeds it the wrong answers? It's like a guy, leaning over your shoulder to copy your homework. Sometimes you might write down the wrong answer just so, they get the wrong answer because you don't want them to copy your homework. So, and in any event, I don't know. That's me making stuff up there, but I just find it interesting that Alibaba management had to send this memo saying stop doing that, stop training our AI off of other AI models. So, anyways, it'll I want Anthropic to become publicly traded because it would be good to get this on the market so we can actually trade this thing. But anyways, I don't know. I haven't seen any date announcement as to when that's likely to happen. It is one of the two eagerly anticipated IPOs, of course. Now that we have SpaceX out in the wild, Anthropic and OpenAI, of course, are the next two that people are looking for, right? To actually trade sort of the big guns, if you will, in the AI engine space. So we'll see if and when that happens. I mean, maybe they're changing their mind about that, but I we'll have to wait and see. So yeah. Anyways, that's Anthropic, and they said Baba I thought might be tradable as a result of that, but it seems to be doing not much of anything. So there's really no opportunity there. In things that are gapping down, Carlos, PLTR gapping down here so far this morning. It's not down by much; it's down by 0.6%. This is one that moved a little erratically last week, and specifically on Friday. And I still think that it's a good one to watch. It's just it's proven that it can sometimes be tough. It can be tough to trade. I mean, you just look at that price action on Thursday. It was up and down and up and down, and it was all over the place. So they did get an upgrade, and a buy upgrade with a $175 price target. So there's somebody still thinking that there's lots of upside available on PLTR.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that on my secondary list just in case. Because PLTR can trade well. We'll see if this news drives it anywhere. But again, it's a hit or miss. You never know whether they're going to be good or bad. But yeah, definitely putting this on the list for now. All right. Anything else, Peter, for the gap down?
No, there's not a lot that's coin is gapping down over the weekend. We didn't really see a lot of movement in crypto. It continues to sort of just continues to be a problem. I mean, if you invested heavy thinking it's going to the moon and this is the thing to go get into, I mean, it's up 59,000 was where it was sort of Wednesday, Thursday of last week. It's sort of at 62 now, which is a little higher than it was. So it sort of did a slow rise over the weekend, but let's face it, it's 62,000, which is okay, but certainly not the 120 that it had peaked at again last year. So, it's or when was it? Yeah, I guess it was a year ago. It was a while back. Yeah, it was last year. Anyways, I'm waiting for a lot of these companies that are related to move. Now, one that's sort of not really, it is sort of, but not directly. Hood had an interesting Thursday, where it popped up and then sold off. But it's been in play, Carlos, a little more than I would have expected. And I'm thinking that today, it feels quiet, very, very quiet so far, but it certainly could be in play based on the movement we saw late last week. As you can see, look at that candle from Friday. Look how it sort of ended up where it started. Big, big candle, all wick. There's like zero body on that thing. That's a little
Strange, yeah.
strange. Yeah, but that's really what it did look like. It had popped up. I said at the open, sold off, and then came back a little bit. So yeah, to end exactly the spot it started the day. So I'm thinking because of that, there could be some more movement, but I don't know. That's just total speculation. Other than that, yeah, I don't have anything else. I think if you guys have some suggestions of what we could take a look at, let's go to it. Or we
Yeah.
could do some more news. I've got lots of news. I've got New Jersey innovator news. I've got new segments, and
Yeah.
I'm whatever you want
Yeah.
to do.
We'll definitely get into some of these. Actually, yeah, let's go to this fun fact, man. What's going on there? Let's go there, and then we'll get your tickers, all friends over from YouTube, get your tickers ready and over on X, and then we can look at what you guys have this morning. But you got a fun fact here today, Peter.
Well, this is going to be my trading related fun facts. Since Eamon does a lot of those, I thought I would try it as well, and we'll share some fun fact of the day, and we'll tie it to trading. So pictured here is John Van Nostrandor, who was an inventor. He was a doctor. He was relatively unremarkable in what he did, except for one key innovation. He was a massive champion for almost 2 decades of one of the greatest innovations, you could argue, American innovations that is not heralded, the white line on the road. So it may seem like not much, right? But he himself was reputed to be a horrible driver, so much so that in driving his granddaughter to the hospital at one point to give birth to his a baby, crashed the car because he
Mm.
just drove off the side of the road. And it was one of the catalysts that drove him to just for the rest of his life advocate to paint a white line on the outside edge of the road. The only line that used to be on the road was a center line. And that meant that everybody hugged the center line and you had a lot more head on collisions. And if you deviated from that, you didn't know where the edge of the road was, so you could easily drive off of it in bad weather. So he was like, just paint a white line on the outside edge of the road, and it'll make life a lot better. Now it's one of those things that seems so obvious and simple because I think all of our lives we've lived with a white line on the edge of the road, right? And I never thought about it, Carlos, but you know what, on highways and stuff it's a thing, and yes, it's actually
It's a
very
thing.
valuable, especially when you're in when you're in areas you're not familiar with, and it draws your eye. Like his point was, you have now something to watch, you have something to help guide your vehicle, and more than again just the center line, which you don't want everybody driving down because then you're heading on to the oncoming traffic. So and I think the great trading tie-in here is sometimes the best innovations are the simplest ones that you don't necessarily you don't think about so much, but they're the things that can make the biggest difference in activities that you do. And I find trading is one of those activities where sometimes you'd like to think, I'm going to change my strategy completely, or I'm going to, like people love to, Carlos, we're going through this boot camp and people love to like, I got to start over. I'm going to create a whole new strategy. Maybe
Yeah.
you don't.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes the best thing you can do for your trading is make that one tiny little tweak that makes all the difference in the world. The white line on the road has reputedly reduced accidents by 2/3 since being introduced. So think of how many accidents there are on the road now. Imagine if there was 3 times as many. Right. So sometimes that simple innovation can just make such a significant difference. Think about that in your trading. Make the tiny little changes. They can actually make a massive difference. And it's not always the big stuff that changes. So there you go. There's my random fun fact. By the way, this is in the 1950s, late 40s, 50s that he was like all over this. And it wasn't until 1962 when it got adopted nationally in the US. So there you go. Probably the things you didn't know about the little white line on the side of
Look
the
at
road.
that. I'll be thinking about that when I drive next time. Like, oh, hey, let me tell you a story
And
about
he's
this.
and he's from Jersey. So there you go, Carlos. So
Ah,
another
nice.
another Jersey innovation.
Yeah, Jersey full effect today. Wow, awesome. All right, friends, we'll go with some other ones that Peter has later in this show. But now let's look at what you guys like this morning. Coin going into the red, by the way. We're looking at that earlier with their extremely weird candle from Thursday's trading, but right now sliding lower. All right, let's start with you guys. What do we have here? A lot of people saying SpaceX. We'll look at SpaceX. We'll look at Redwire. SpaceX this morning. You know what? It's what do we have here? It is up slightly. Is SpaceX. Am I gonna watch it? Yeah, especially on a day like today where there's not a whole lot that's sticking out. I will watch SpaceX. There's just, they're maintaining their price here. They popped up all the way to 225-ish or so. Right back down to the IP open of the IPO, and then here they're just kind of going sideways, right? So right now 163, not a whole lot moving. 2.1 million shares traded. I'll put in a secondary because if it traded like it did Friday, I keep saying Friday, but the last day of trading Thursday, wasn't that exciting at all. So secondary list, we can always move it up. Depending on how it looks here. Redwire, RWD.
Well,
yeah, Peter, want to add to that?
Just on SpaceX, yeah. I mean, there's always news going on, right? I mean, it is a big company with lots of stuff happening. Apparently, they've signed a multi-year deal with Anthropic. Remember, Anthropic, in turn, signed a deal with TeraWulf to get data center space. And now SpaceX has signed a deal with Anthropic to get access to their 300 megawatt Colossus AI data center. So I love the name, the Colossus. That's a good name actually for your data center. So that's one deal. What was interesting on the other side was that apparently there was a Wall Street Journal report last week that said that SpaceX has built a prototype AI handset device. No details about what that handset device looked like, but it was basically your robot buddy in your pocket. So I assume it was another sort of smart device, smartphone type device. But Elon Musk has publicly denied that. He said, no, haven't done that, and denied the Wall Street Journal report. So I'm not sure what's true. I'm sure they've built something. Maybe it's something that somebody just called a prototype. I mean, what does a prototype AI handset look like? It could be anything. I've got to imagine there's lots of research going on, right, across the SpaceX continuum. And, some of the stuff, unfortunately, gets released into the wild when they're not ready for it to. So I'm willing to bet there is such a thing. But, Elon's denial could also make sense because it might not be something that they plan to mass produce or to sell, right? They're just testing. They're just doing, trying stuff out to see how, what they could do with it potentially in the future. So anyway, so both things could be true. But yeah, SpaceX, I don't see it moving. I appreciate your interest in it, but it feels like it's actually gotten surprisingly quiet. I thought there would be a little more price action, a little more movement. Only a couple weeks here after the IPO, but it's fairly quiet. I mean, look at these daily candles, how it's sort of settled into a very comfortable range, hasn't it? Around $160 seems to be the price that it's comfortable sitting at for the moment.
Yeah, this is why I'm gonna just hang them out. Over in our secondary list, they won't be on the primary today. But if something changes, we can always move it up. All right, friends, what else you guys got going here? So we got Redwire is next, RDW, I believe. Yes. So Redwire. I mean, this is one that we seen on our gappers list doing this incredible move. Started back in May, all the way up to 26 from $7-8. And it's just been going lower and lower and lower. So here, I don't see anything great on it. Pre-market action only has 469,000 shares traded now. It is a New York Stock Exchange ticker, so that means the action is going to come in, after hours, after the bell. So if you like it, definitely take a look at it. Here's Thursday's action. It did trade, it did move Thursday. But again, I won't give this beautiful trade too much credit because we have so many things that sold off nicely on Thursday, right? So, is it going to trade like that again? This is very clean. I don't know. If you like it, watch it. I won't be watching it myself, but call it out if you see something great. Peter?
Yeah, there's been no news. The company's been pretty quiet. They haven't really. They had a couple of small contracts, expansion contracts from the Marine Corps and others. If you're not familiar with Redwire, by the way, they are sort of a space and defense company. So, they do some drone stuff. They do some, the technology enablement for military capability. They were doing really well, like you said, right up until the end of May, and then I don't know, maybe it's a buy the rumor, sell the news thing, right? Once the news of SpaceX going public came out, it looks like they started to sell off. So because I don't see anything else that really changed in their in their business or in their new press releases. So I don't know that this is going to be particularly active. I mean, their volume's pretty good on a daily basis, and no arguing that. And they definitely had a solid move yesterday on Thursday. You may not have liked the move, but it did move well. You know, is it going to move today? I don't see any particular indication for that, but it could. So, you know, it's a crapshoot. If you want to watch it by all means. It could be the moving stock of the day. I just don't see any indication that it's, you know, setting up to be so.
Yeah, yeah. All right, friends. What else do you guys have? Loving the comments here. Did I watch any of the military ships between New York and New Jersey? No, man. I wanted to, but the heat was unbearable. It really was. And what they do is here in the New Jersey side, all of that river road, river edge stuff, that's all blocked in. So you got to get to where the block is, and then you have to walk from there. I'm not taking kids walking on that heat. It's not going to happen. So we did see a lot of military stuff flying over because I got Teterboro nearby. And, man, when these helicopters, man, when they pass by, it's like your house is shaking. Peter, it's like, what is going on? You could tell it's not a regular helicopter or plane because
you can tell just by the sound.
They're far. You hear the boom, 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 boom. Like, what?
Yeah,
I
was going to say
that?
it's a deep. You know, like a helicopter, you know what that sound is, but it's like that deep whumping sound when a military chopper goes by. Yeah,
like that's not normal. So we all, they're definitely not. We all look at us like that's not a normal one because we get the planes all the time, the Gulfstream jets and the regular executive helicopter sounds very light. But when you hear that deep sound, you're like, that's not normal. We all run out. So we're like, oh, it flew right over. It's pretty nice. So. But yeah, man, I wanted to see that, but it was just so hot. Like if you were able to make it out there, great. But with kids, I'm like, I picture myself already dragging my kids out in this heat, you know, not getting there right on time. So everybody's got all the shaded area already. I'm like, yeah, this is not gonna happen. So we didn't make it, unfortunately. I mean, I'm telling you, the weather could have not been any worse for that to go to that event. So, but yeah, all right, friends, what else? Am I getting my private helicopter? No, my helicopter is probably one of the most dangerous things to fly in. You know, I planes. You know, you could kind of float if engine lose. You kind of float around, find somewhere to land. Helicopters, I don't know, man. This is be careful.
Well, they're not. Yeah, like there's no gliding in a helicopter, right? Like
man,
if the
straight
engine
down.
cuts
That's
out,
it.
Straight down. Yeah, or even worse, you know? Straight down while spinning. So,
that's the worst one.
Yeah.
But let's stick with planes. Although they're awesome. They're awesome to see do their thing. All right, friends, we kind of cover everything. Oh, look at that MSTR. Let's MSTR before we get to more stories here. I know this was active last week. We've been seeing some well, not last week. It's been active for a while. We've been seeing just a complete sell-off and down. And last week, it finally caught like some kind of support. Now, it has done this before, right? It did it here. It did it. Tried to do it here. And it still managed to go lower. But this time looks like it might be taking a break here. But already this morning, it was hanging out in the green. And you could see 8 a.m.-ish or so, maybe a little before that, 7:55. You started to get the drop here again, and now you're getting the volume. So again, I think this will be a great one to watch. I like what I'm seeing here, 1.7 million shares traded. We are down 3.3. They just made our gap down list. I will add MSTR to our list today, see what's going on there. All right, I think we are good. Anything else, friends? Let's do some more, and then we'll get to some more stories that Peter has here for today. Let's take a look here. NVIDIA, NVIDIA, Intel, Apple, Chris, all those usual suspects we're going to keep in mind. I mean, Apple had a great day on Thursday. Might be worth watching today. They're trying to recover from the red here. I mean, just look at this massive move, though. There was not many things that actually went up on Thursday. Apple was one of them, as Peter also mentioned earlier. It might be worth watching. I'm not sure if it's a primary one, but maybe secondary list on Apple. What else? And they had news. I just saw it come across Bloomberg. Broadcom expands its work with Apple through 2031 and plans to supply product for multiple generations of their iPhone makers device. So let's go to Broadcom, AVGO. They're probably the big beneficiary of this. And they're moving up here this morning, 4.5, 856,000 shares trade. So this will be the guys that will get the benefit. Apple doesn't care much about that. But here's AVGO. Maybe a secondary list on this one as well with that type of news. When you match up your news with a big company like that, you can actually see some good benefits out of it. And AVGO doing some stuff now. Now, I'm not a big fan of the way it moves in the price action, but today there could be a difference there. All right, so far my list: Tesla, Wolf, MSTR, and as I mentioned earlier, probably our usual suspects like NVIDIA is going to make the list. Intel, I know many people like this one, so you probably will be watching this one closely. I'm going to keep my eyes off of it for now, but Intel's one that you can look at as well. SanDisk and MU in play for sure. They're in play almost every day. It's just SanDisk is not tradable, man. This thing is for me, the spread and everything else. It's just very different and difficult to trade. So I usually stay away from it. Yeah, Peter.
On Intel, I'm not always a fan of the analysts. Well, not always.
Yeah, on Intel.
I'm never a fan. But HSBC doubled their target price to $200 and says that they still think it's a buy. They think that there's a ton of upside on Intel. So they're putting a big heavy bet that they think this thing can almost double in price. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Questions? Can you please elaborate? Where do you see how many stock is being traded in the pre-market? You probably mean how many shares, right? How many shares are being traded of a ticker? We just look at the volume. So whatever the volume is at that point before 9:30, that's all pre-market, right? So for example, if we're looking at Intel right now, just the overall volume, you should be able to pick this up on any platform you're using. We're using Dash Trader Pro. So this would be 2 million, right, for Intel right now. And if you look at Tesla, for example, Tesla has 634,000, which is actually pretty low for Tesla.
And relatively low.
Yeah, and Wolf has 5.6 million shares traded this morning, right? So that's all pre-market. Once the 9:30 clock hits, then that will be just regular volume going forward for the day. But yeah. All right. If that's not your question, rephrase it and we'll get to it. We'll give you some answers. What else? MU. And then, so we were talking about also MU as well. MU and SanDisk. Again, they're just very difficult. We tried trading MU, was it last week? And man, the spread and the way it moves and the price action, it's brutal. It's brutal. And actually, some of us, Peter, we went to Mud. We started looking at Mud. And actually, when MU's moving like $30, $50, Mud actually does very well. You can actually look at Mud, and I think we had one of those days last week. Here it is. And I was impressed on how well it actually traded. Because some of these days here, if you look at the daily, they barely move, right? So you really need the stock to be, trending. And when it does that, you can see how clean Mud can actually look. Yeah, that's somebody listening to that like, what? How clean Mud can actually look? Okay,
there you go.
But yeah,
Carlos
definitely
likes his clean Mud.
There you go. I like my clean Mud. So there it is. All right, friends. That's all we have. Peter, you want to tackle another story? Then we'll get to our community events and announcements for tonight.
Sure. Pick one. Which one would you like to talk about next?
This one is interesting. We got to go here.
Yes. I decided let's try and introduce a new segment called "This Is How We Die." I'm a big fan of science fiction, and I watch science fiction all the time. And one of the things that science fiction writers are known for is that in a lot of science fiction, it sort of becomes science fact, right? Like often they speculate on the what ifs. What if we took an element of technology and something goes tragically wrong and destroys us all, right? There's a whole, many series of books out there that sort of speculate on that version of the theme. And this is one that I thought this is a real scientific thing that I thought feels dangerous. They have trained cockroaches to be able to go and basically scuba dive. This is a picture of a cockroach with a rebreather. It's got a little oxygen generator on its butt. That's what that thing is on the back there. Those are the oxygen tubes that are attached to it so it can breathe underwater. They have successfully sent the cockroaches on a maze underwater to go and find something and be able to bring it back. They're suggesting they might be able to use it for aqua or basically this is a scuba suit for a cockroach. They're thinking that they might be able to use it for underwater rescue and some underwater discovery. And I just figure do we really want to equip cockroaches to swim? I mean, we've got a long history of enslaving animals to our will, from all the animals we eat to, like, Carlos, did you know that we use bees to detect explosives? And we often, like, we also have hooked up like insects to in these big grids to things to try and detect cancer cells, and like they can do all sorts of stuff. And we've enslaved entire colonies of bees, by the way, to detect. We literally strap them into these machines and make them tell us where the explosives are when you're trying to find mines and stuff like that. It's crazy what we've done to different animals around the world. But anyways, this is the latest one where I just feel like somehow this is going to give a cockroach the ability to adapt and to live underwater, and then there'll be no stopping them. They'll own the land and the water, and we'll be wiped out by amphibious cockroaches. So there you go.
There you go.
There's some crazy.
Now, how
news
does the
for you.
cockroach know what they're looking for? Is that are they controlling their mind or something? What's happening here?
Well, they do send electric impulses. Apparently, they figured out how to isolate when they give it a scent or something that it's looking for, how to isolate and stimulate that so that they try and go after that, and then they themselves go find the thing. But more specifically than that, I really don't know. Yeah, it's a little creepy how we've figured some of this out. Enough to enslave them, not enough to actually understand what it's doing to them. That's what worries me. Right now, a cockroach does, report it doesn't have a very big brain, but do you really want to drive them all crazy? Like do we want to make them smarter and drive them crazy at the same time? Do we want to make them smarter, drive them crazy, and make them amphibious? This is where I'm going with this. Like, that just does not feel like that we're going down the right path here. And let's add some AI capability into the mix down the road. And Carlos, we're all doomed. This is how we die. So
yeah, this is how we die. There you go.
There you go. That's my premise. So.
Yes. All right. In much lighter news, let's go to this day in history. This looks much lighter than cockroaches.
The much lighter news. This day in history, the bikini was introduced. July 5th, 1946, was the introduction of the bikini. There was a French, as you might expect, anyways, a French designer named Louis Réard. And Louis, introduced this, and it was interesting. Of course, it was, you could imagine, extremely scandalous at the time because it didn't meet the norms of what was allowed on beaches. This is a time, by the way, when they used to have inspectors that would walk up and down the beach and measure the lengths of women's swimsuits to make sure they weren't too short. And then he introduces this bikini, and in fact, it was so scandalous that no model would model it for him. The woman pictured here was actually a nude dancer from the Casino de Paris, and he had to get her to model it because no actual formal model would agree to wear this thing in public. And newspapers apparently for a while refused to print it, which of course just made it more desirable to the public because they said it was too ridiculously scandalous. Now, here's the thing. And of course we see bikinis on billboards and all the time and on beaches, and it's just a thing. We don't even think about it anymore. But at the 1946, it was a big thing. Now, you may or may not know this, Carlos. Do you know what the bikini is named after?
I have no idea.
No, eh? Okay, so the bikini, it came out specifically in 1946 because it actually was named after the largest nuclear tests ever done in the world, which was done by the U.S. at the time. And do you know where they conducted these nuclear tests? A place called the Bikini Atoll, which was a group of islands out in the South Pacific. So the Bikini is actually named after that group of islands where they conducted these nuclear tests because the premise by this designer, Louis Réal, said the world looks like the world's ending anyways, so let's make as big of a bang as we can with our wardrobe as we are doing with our nukes. So there you go. That's where
there you go.
Here,
all right.
Random fun fact. Do you know what other, if anybody's a SpongeBob SquarePants fan, right?
That's
where they live. They live at the Bikini
Bottom.
Atoll.
Yeah.
Bikini Bottom, right?
Yeah.
Which is theoretically underneath the Bikini Atoll, which is why there is a SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs, right? They're all nuclear affected animals, which is why they're talking and why you've got a squid that plays a saxophone. Anyways.
It's awesome. Awesome show.
There you go. Random fact for you for today. So, yeah, July 5th, 1946, there was the introduction to the bikini. So
Yeah, there you go, friends. All right, guys, as we get ready to kick it off here, we are just, what time is it? A couple of minutes, 25 minutes or so to the market open, 24 to be exact. But yeah, let's see what we have.
Now,
Tesla, Wolf, and MSTR. Go ahead, Peter.
which means I only have a couple of minutes here before I got to go. I'm going to be trading live with our friends at Peak Capital Trading. So if you're not familiar, the
Yes.
Peak Capital Trading is a 3-month intensive boot camp that we do to help people sort of accelerate their trading journey. It's pretty awesome, actually. And people really sort of are able to focus in on their trading and drive all sorts of value. So we do live trading every day, and we all sort of take turns, sort of being the one to help guide them through the trading. So it's very much a learning environment. Hopefully, I'll get some good trades. We'll see. I don't have any stocks that I'm focused on right now, but we'll see what happens. We do, Carlos. Well, we do have our normal news, right? Because on Mondays we focus on introducing new members to the Bear Bull Traders community. So, being a long weekend, we probably have even more people that decide to join over the weekend and want to be part of the community and have signed up, and they can attend the onboarding class, which happens every Monday. That onboarding class gets you oriented with the Bear Bull trading community and everything you can get out of it. Now, here's the question, Carlos. What time is it going to happen? Because you got to
I
make a
think
call.
I think we got to move it at 7. Let's do it at 7.
Okay.
Let's do it an hour
7
earlier
o'clock.
because I know 8 a.m., 8 p.m. tonight, people are just not going to be paying attention. So let's do it 7. 7
All right,
p.m.
7
Eastern
o'clock.
time today. Yeah.
There you go. So it's normally at 8. We're going to do it at 7 because, whenever there's these big events, I'm telling you, it's World Cup fever around the world.
yeah.
And North America is normally immune to that, right? Because usually
Yeah.
the World Cup happens in Europe, or I mean, it was in Qatar before, last time, and now here it is in North America. Now we're understanding what the rest of the world gets all gaga about. So it is by far the largest sporting event in the world. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Right? I
Yeah.
think the second largest is the Super Bowl, and the Super Bowl gets something like, Carlos, I think the number is like 180, 200 million people that watch the Super Bowl. There are 2 billion people that watch the World Cup, final.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we're order of magnitude bigger. So, anyways, it's pretty amazing when you think about that. In any event, so yes, 7 o'clock then, guys, is the onboarding class. If you want to attend, just it's any membership level. You can go and join. Might as well do that, right? Get some trading education, get yourself set up, especially if you're a Bear Bull Traders member. Go sign up now, and you can get to that class there tonight, and then you can go watch the game after having an awesome time with Carlos and the onboarding, and help you orient you with the Bear Bull trading community and sort of get you started on, what trading strategy, how do you set it up, how do you get going. All of that will be covered in the onboarding class. So that'll be at 7, not 8 as listed on the screen here. And then don't forget, earlier in the day at noon, we do have the DOS Trader Pro setup and configuration session that's going to be delivered by Kyle. Once again, that's for all members in the onboarding room. So if you want to join, look, our sale is still happening. The 4th of July sale is still happening. So go to bearbulltraders.com, scroll down, you can see that, and it's right there. Pick the membership option that's right for you, and you can jump right in.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, Peter. All right, friends, let's get some stuff in order here. And I see I don't have a big list today, guys. Tesla, Wolf, MSTR is all I have at the moment, and then we got a bunch of secondary stuff that we have on deck here, but not a huge list. So we'll see what the market brings today as we get ready for the market open. We are a little bit early, Peter. We cover all our stories. Yes, we did. Anything else we have to cover before I do levels? I think we're good, I guess.
I think we got everything covered. I mean, it's just one of these Mondays where I think it's going to be fairly quiet. There will be opportunity. It's just tough to point exactly where that opportunity is going to present itself right now. That's what I'm thinking, Carlos. Is that I just think watch the usuals. If you got a couple that you like, Wolf feels like one that is worth keeping an eye on, right? Because they had that big news with Anthropic and the data center deal. So that I think that's in play. Other than that, the usual suspects. Don't force anything, guys. We got a whole week ahead of us. Start of the whole rest of the year here. There's lots of time, so just don't force a trade, and we'll find an opportunity.
Well, we sure will, my friends. All right, friends, let's get some levels in place, and we'll get rocking and rolling here. So let's go ahead and look at Tesla. And Peter, if you have to run, all good, my friend. Let me know. If you have to go get ready.
I'll be leaving about 2 minutes here. I'm just hoping that
Yep.
Mike's going to join because he's going to come in and sit in the hot seat here with you as we go
Yep.
through the open. So, but yes,
All right.
I'll get things ready.
Awesome. All right, guys, let's get to it. So here it is. Tesla on deck for me this morning. High of the pre-market, 428 cents. And then the low is down at 397. Again, they had a big day on Friday, on Thursday, excuse me, last trading day of the week, Thursday. And you can see how big that drop off was. So expecting hopefully some good movement. Their volume today, though, very quiet. Very light, only 892,000 shares traded. It's climbing from what we saw earlier, but again, not a big, huge spike here as we normally see on Tesla. Looking to their daily bigger picture and finding some levels off here. There's one right over here around 408, so we're gonna do 408.17, and then above here we do have another one at 417. 412.53. Towards the bottom, you have the highs and lows of the last two trading days, and also the previous day close as well. Got you pretty much covered down there, so nothing to do there. TeraWolf, again, good volume here, 6 million now, so 6 million shares traded, and 27.61 is the high of the pre-market. The low is hanging out at 21.70, so we'll mark those two there. And then as we look outside of that range, towards the top, another level between around 28.76, and then right up here 29.82. Within actually where the price action is right now, just right below that a little bit, there is a level. I'm gonna mark that down, 24.65. You can see how many days are opening, closing, just kind of bouncing off that. So there's a lot of support and resistance happening there. This day also opening around that area that I want to mark down. So I'm gonna mark that. Seems to be an area where there's a lot of support and resistance. Below that, friends, highs and lows for the last two trading days, and also previous day close as well there on Wolf. MSTR is next. The only other I want to have on my main list. So MSTR, I might move one up from the secondary list. We'll see. Maybe SpaceX. MSTR right now going red, and you can see the volume here, almost 2 million shares traded. 90. Let me just remove some of these levels. Low of the pre-market, 95.39, and then if we look towards the bottom here, below that we do have an area right around here, 92.43. And once you do that, I think you're pretty much say you got the lows for the last two trading days. Towards the top, we do have the high of the pre-market above a lot of these daily ranges. High of the pre-market 105.80. Let's bring this lower here, 105.83. So right there. And then once you do that, above that, we do have a level right around at 107.65. So let's see if it can break out of this range right now, pulling back a little bit, going into the red, as you can see here in our 5 minute. Again, really weak at the moment. That's just down 4.4. All right, next, let's move up. Let's see. I think I want to move up SpaceX maybe. I think SpaceX
really?
is. Yeah,
like
just
SpaceX?
I need one more. I feel like 3 is too little. So I got to move up something, either Apple, AVGO, PLTR. That PLTR actually looks pretty good. Or SpaceX. Maybe PLTR. Maybe between PLTR and AVGO, I'm thinking. But I definitely I feel like I need to watch one more. There's definitely not a whole lot here. Let's see here what we decide with. You know what? I'm gonna leave it open. Let's see what our moderators and are watching. Let's see if I get some ideas from them and what they have in play today. Let me go over here in the chat room, and then do you have any names? Yeah, from them, Peter.
That's a good question. Let me just go back and double check here and see what we've got. Not yet. Just Mike says he's going to be watching Tesla, but I think you've already got Tesla on the list
Tesla
here. So other than that, yeah, they haven't got their list together. I think for myself, definitely watching Wolf. I think Wolf is worth keeping an eye on. Again, I don't know really that it's going to do anything. It is it's a NASDAQ traded stock. It's on short sale restriction. Yeah, it is on short sale restriction, so can't short it. But I still think it's a long trade. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's pretty
Yeah.
quiet here this morning. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. So we'll see.
All right.
Um,
All right, I'm jumping over to our friends at P Capital. So,
yep. Go for it,
Carlos,
Peter.
yeah, have good trading at the open. Enjoy.
You as well, my friend. All right,
All
so
right,
Peter's going
thanks.
to join our P Capital traders this morning. He's going to be trading live with them. If you want to learn more about P Capital Trading boot camp, head over to pcapitaltrading.com, and all the information is on there, my friends. All right, so let's see here. We are all set to go. I want to move one more up of my secondary list. I got SpaceX, PLTR, AVGO, and Apple. So maybe out of one of these, we'll move something up here this morning. But right now, so we have our levels are set. Maybe, PLTR. I do like PLTR's pre-market. As I'm looking through these two, PLTR does have a nice pre-market activity, and you can see how that's moving there. I'm going to go ahead and add that to the main list. I'm going to move this up. We'll delete it from here, move it up here. PLTR, and we'll upgrade PLTR. I think it looks great. Pre-market this morning. So let's make some changes here, friends. 1 sec, and then we'll do levels for PLTR. So we'll be ready to rock and roll. So here it is, PLTR this morning. Again, it's got good movement, good volume as well. Down 1.1. Was in the green earlier today with a high of 130.37, and now in the red with a low of 127.69. And on the daily, you can see here how much movement we have had in the last couple of weeks. Level towards the bottom, we have 125.75. And then below that, you do have the lows from 2 trading days ago. And I don't think it really needs to add anything else. The big level is this one here that we've been trying to hold. And we're coming up to it right now, I believe. So this level here, we've been trying to hold this for some time. And we're right above that level right now. Let's see if that can hold and become something. If we do head higher and go back into the green, the next level on the daily is probably going to be around 135.77. So we'll have that ready just in case we do get a bounce here. What about Amazon? Let's take a look. What about Amazon? And if I come back over here, Amazon, pretty quiet right now. But you know what? Amazon doesn't get a whole lot of volume pre-market. So unless they have some news. So yeah, if you have the space to watch it, definitely put it on your list. I'm gonna see Mike is connected. Hold on a second, guys. Let me get Mike connected in here. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna put Mike here. He's connecting. Okay. There it is. Just making sure Mike will be ready to go. All right. So yeah. So Amazon again, not ideal. I don't love it, but today you got the space. Like, there's not a whole lot that looks great out there, right? So you got the space to put stuff that you normally won't watch. Like, for example, for me, Terrawolf, I normally won't watch. AVGO normally won't watch. They got Apple News today, so let's see if that means anything. And Amazon's one that I would normally won't watch, but today again, there's not a whole lot. I think you can get away with some of that stuff today. Hello, Mike. I see my screens are good. He's getting set up. Yes, change this here. All right, so Mike will be joining us today for the live trading this morning, as Peter is with P Capital this morning. All right, so we'll bring in Mike right over here. There we go. All right, Mike, and then we'll bring your screen over here as well. Okay. Excellent.
Can you hear me, Carlos?
Now I can.
All righty. Sorry, I had to get my coffee mug for the day. Otherwise, I would have been
I'm gonna have to
unable
go
to
get
trade.
some coffee, man. I'm probably, you know what? Let me go now because it's painful today, man. I mean, I don't normally drink much, but yesterday it was flowing like water, baby. It was just flowing. It was hot. These beers were just coming out so cold. Oh my goodness. And we
Ice
had a great time.
cold beer
Family.
on a hot day is
Oh, what more can you ask for? You know? So we had a
yep.
really great time. Family came over. We were barbecuing. We were jumping in the pool. I mean, it was just awesome. And then we had sports. We had sports going on as well. So it was just an incredible time. Um, but yeah, let me do this.
Yeah, go grab your coffee, Carlos. We got like 10 minutes still. But
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
yeah,
Just want to
wow,
get your
look at
screen
that.
up. Get
All
your screen up
righty.
here. Yeah, be right back, guys.
All right. So, hey, how's everybody doing? Peter's over with Peak Capital Trading, so I'll be here with you today. Let me pull up the SPY here real quick as they're going through, kind of give you what I am looking at as Carlos grabs his coffee. Right now, we are kind of setting up to see if we can break this swing high that we have up here at 756.68 off this swing low that we have here. If we cannot break this, and I think and put in a new swing high, which will make it the second lower high, we could definitely start being in a moderate downtrend. So right now, I'm still considering the SPY kind of in a range bound because we are fighting. We're not necessarily uptrending, but we aren't necessarily downtrending yet either. So we're here in a range, and then you can see pre-market is very range bound as well. We are sitting here going sideways. So for me, for futures today, uh, I am going to sit back and I'm going to wait to see what the first 30-minute candle does on the futures contract. That is my big first thing that I'm gonna wait for. Are we gonna sell off? Are we gonna push higher? What are we gonna do to break out of kind of this range that we've set here in the pre-market? Then once that 30-minute candles closed, I'll reassess where the market is. What is the early market structure doing? Is the SPY looking like it wants to push higher? Is it in a trend day? Is it in a breakout day? Is it in a range day? Right? Or are we just staying within that range? And then I'll determine if I want to trade the 30-minute opening range breakout. The key levels that I'm going to be looking for to take any type of a reversal trade on the MES is going to be up here near 75.70 as well as down here around 75.40. So somewhere around here, I'll look for a possible reversal to the top side. Up here, I'll look for a possible reversal to the downside. And that's from our overnight market session that we have. So that's what we got going on there. As far as equities are concerned, I like Tesla today. Like Peter was saying in the pre-market show, I like Thursday's movement, and we've kind of gapped up from the close off Tesla. So I could see some push up higher over to this 419, 415 level, or possibly if we can get below 390, a push lower. So I am gonna like that as well. As far as what do we have for watch list over at BBT, since we got a few minutes here. Myself, I told you I'm watching Tesla and the futures. Brian is watching Tesla, NVIDIA, MU, SpaceX, MSTR, the SPY and the Qs. Jared is watching MSTR, semis, and IREN. Andrew has not posted his watch list yet, so we will see that. So with this Tesla chart, gonna kind of just pay attention to this overnight range we got, 428 to 397.60. So we'll see kind of what we're doing in that area, and we'll see where we got going in there. Yeah, Tesla just popped, but right. So here's that drop down. It's at 805 or 705 we had, and now we're getting back up to the top of that. So we're in this range. I wouldn't say late. I say Andrew's always on time for Andrew's clock. Yesterday was like Carlos said, was a busy day. We had a couple good soccer games. We had a good F1 race, controversial to start the day, controversy to end the day. If you're a US fan, you got great news about our star player being back. If you are a Belgium fan, you think it's corrupt and institutional and unfair and all I gotta say to
I did
my
not
poor
want to touch
Belgium
that
friends-
topic this morning, but you're right on it.
all I gotta say to my poor Belgium fans is at least I know that Balogun's good enough to where you're like, oh crap, he's back. We need to complain about it. Because if he was just a mediocre player, you get Belgium be like, yeah, whatever, who cares? We got you beat anyways. But now you're worried. So
yeah. And if you look, I was watching that game, and when he got kicked out, I'm like, all right, this is excessive. Like, yeah, kick him out for the game, but to also kick him out for the next game on a tournament like this doesn't make any sense. You know, it was not that serious.
Agree. Yeah, I will agree with everybody that says this is totally unfair. Only if they don't allow England's player that got a straight red card yesterday to play again. So they should allow that guy to play and not miss a game as well.
They shouldn't block people from playing the next game in tournaments, especially the World Cup. That doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, you screwed up. You want to penalize them a little more, fine them, or in their regular season games, allow them to have to make up a couple of games, but not World Cup games, right? I don't think you do that here. I think it doesn't make sense, but
and everybody here, right, is saying rules are rules. And we got about 2 minutes, and I'm just going to say rules are rules. I agree with you. Rules are rules, but then why was Ronaldo allowed to play in the first game of the World Cup this year?
Of course, moneymaker.
Because he was
Gotta
on a
have
red
him.
card suspension too. It's soccer. It's corrupt. Just deal with it. When there's stars and there's billions of dollars that are coming into play, they're going to do what's in the best interest of the billions of dollars, which is a great transition over to the market that's about ready to open in a minute, 30 seconds. It's all about the money.
All about the money, yes. Not about sports and what you think is fair. It's about the bag, the green bag of cash, right? So keep that in mind as you're getting upset or not upset. It's not about your entertainment. No, it's about money.
Yeah. It's all about the money. So Tesla did pop and while you were gone, Carlos, but has given that all back. So we're back down near the pre-market lows as we're getting into the open here. Tesla's the one I want to watch at the open. That is going to be my opening. The SPY again is bounce off the low, setting a new pre-market low, but yeah, it is. I'm going to be patient in the morning. I want to see what we do on these pre-market ranges that we got, because everything seems to be just bouncing in between those ranges.
All right, let's see what the action is today, friends. All right, 15 seconds or less. Get ready to rock and roll. Let's get our affairs and orders, friends, and let's do this. Here comes the bell. 3, 2,
rules
1.
are rules.
All right, here we go. Let's see where we're at.
Tesla spiked down and then right back up into that range. Now it's going to try to break 400. Let's see.
All right, all right, all right. Let's see. All right, Tesla above 400, below 400. Trying to figure things out. Wow, well below 400, down to
See,
almost engulfing.
this is why I said I wanna sit and wait. Like,
Yeah, Tesla's been doing this a lot too. Like, look, wow, look at that drop.
see, look at that.
396. Yeah, and Tesla's been doing that quite a bit. You know. Oh, let's wait for it to settle down. What's Tower Wolf doing? MSTR.
This is
Let's see. Let's see. MSTR. Trying to do some stuff here. PLTR might want to go green.
neutral, open price. Yeah, let's see what else. Right now, I don't necessarily like Tesla. I do. Interesting.
Oh man. PLTR did a nice move. Actually did go green.
Apple.
Oh,
What's Apple's? Apple. Why do I have MSTR here and not Apple? It's yeah.
oh.
Apple's interesting. 309, it's got orders, but then 306, it's got even more orders to the downside. That could be.
Yeah.
Oh man, come on. Yeah, I don't know about Apple right now. I want to see. Let's see if it can. What's it gonna do here?
Simon, I love your comment, man. But if you think corruption is not in soccer, you definitely. I'm not a soccer fan, and I know this thing is, and I'm not a big soccer fan, but the corruption is out of control. So what Trump did over the weekend is very little to what these guys do. They just don't hear about. So yeah, I get it. But yeah, trust me, that I don't think that's a big argument that we know is corrupt.
No.
A lot of sports stuff is, it's just life.
It's all about the money. Come on.
Yeah, that's it.
The way you get a host city. I'm watching Apple carefully here.
Yeah, you taking long breakout, or what are you thinking on it?
I'm waiting for this thing to pull back, kind of like it is right now, and see if it can stay above the previous day close and push. Because it keeps fighting this previous day close level. It's got a nice candle on the 5-minute. So I need, and it keeps putting in wicks below. So I'm thinking if we can get above 309, we might be in for a long. 308.99 is the high right now. So
Yeah, I like this too. Even for like a 5 minute RB, using the previous day close, is looking really nice. I like Apple as well. Okay, I'm going long Apple, guys. So I'm gonna try to see if we can get the break here. 5 minute ORB. I like this trade too, Mike. You're kind of holding here.
I'm long as well right now.
Let's see if we can get the break.
You got a little bit
higher.
better of an entry than I did, but
yeah.
Well, let's see.
Let's see if
higher than I wanted to.
Yeah, let's see if the previous day close can do his job. Oh, SPY, don't do that. Look at the SPY. SPY is selling off. Hopefully it doesn't drag. Well, good thing is Apple sometimes does his own thing. Doesn't really follow SPY to the T. We've seen it do that before. So hopefully let's not follow them today. Don't follow that drop now. Do your own thing, please.
Come on, SPY, just bounce right back. So Apple can go with you.
Exactly. Don't mess up our trade.
Come on, Apple. SPY, what were you doing? What was that? Oh, I know what it was. It was at the top of its range. So I do like this Apple though. If we can previous day close, it's the king of all levels. Is
like it's setting up nicely. You got the momentum. Come on, let's get the push going here.
I'll look at PLTR in a sec once we get this Apple going in the right direction, but I can't pull it off right now.
Yeah, PLTR was one that was also looking good. Similar, breaking out of the previous day close as well. Just putting some levels here. 311, guys, looks good for Apple. 311.27 on the daily. The next one I see is going to be down 312.98. Right now we're battling. This is what we're looking at now. This is the high from Thursday, right? Last trading days, right over here. That's that level that you're seeing there. So we're battling that now, kind of break out of that range. And look at the daily. We had Friday. You're saying Friday, but Thursday, just incredible push. So let's see if we can continue. 311, 312, 313. Some good areas we can get into. Yeah, it's really now. Hopefully, we can turn around and not create friction for us. I like the fact that Apple's still going. Like it's not being bothered too much by the way the SPY's dropping. So let's see.
Ouch.
Hold the line. It's giving in. It's giving in.
Yeah. The 350. Come on.
Let's see here.
I don't know. It still looks good on the 5 minute. The 1 minute looks ugly, but I mean.
Yeah, the 1 minute is shaking, bouncing around too much. 5 minute.
5 minute doesn't look bad on it.
No. And even the one, like as long as we don't, if we go below previous day close, okay, but just don't settle below the previous day close. Like just keep this. Hopefully, this kind is important. If we can get close here and move higher, continue on this trend that we've been in, I think that's gonna be nice.
Yep.
Let's see. It's trying. Intel's calling you my name. No way, Frank. Intel's not calling my name. No. It's doing something here. No.
You're like, I am not doing T.
Yeah. No. Intel will be the one. The Beyonce song. I said, say my name. No, I'm not saying your name. Not Intel. No way. Not doing it. All right, here's Apple. Come on, baby. Get the break.
Get through.
Need the break. SPY is helping. SPY is helping the situation.
All right, there. We made another high, which is good.
Another high. So that we're selling above the highs from Thursday. Excuse me. Thursday, last trading day of last week. And let's see, that's that line there. Oh, man. I want to hold out 310, but my fingers are feeling itchy here. Mike, as we're pushing higher.
I'm holding.
Oh, double tap the wrong thing here. I'm trying to hold 310 and higher. I mean, the levels for me.
Oh, what
Oh,
did I
you
do?
gotta be
How
kidding
did
me.
I miss
Why?
that?
Did you partial and got hit, got
No,
filled wrong? Oh,
no, I didn't even partial.
oh man.
No, no.
Same here. I expect this to go 310. Hopefully it can hold, but
No.
goodness. Look at the drops are so bad now. Like every time it hits a new high, it's like the drops are very aggressive.
I'm just
All right.
looking for 310. That's what I
I
want.
know, me
I
too.
want
Me too,
310.
me too.
I'm going back to the
That's
5-minute chart though to reassure me right now. I'm like, okay, 310.
That's good. CrowdStrike.
But if you're looking to
Yes.
short this, for people that are short bias traders, like I bet
Mm-hmm.
Peter right now is looking at Apple and saying, hey, maybe I'll take this down to 306 because Apple does have a lot of orders down at 306 right now.
Yeah.
So right now I'm just hoping the king of all levels, the previous day close, holds.
No, and I'm hoping that too. And I hope even SPY can get above VWAP as well. Andrew with the monster trade on AMD. Long, added. Just did his first partial at 550. So awesome. Andrew doing really good there. All right, guys. VWAP. I have to stop out of this one. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm about ready to get out.
VWAP is messed up.
As soon as it closes below the.
Let's see if it can. Come on, get above. Get back above. Don't go below VWAP. Undo it. I gotta get out. All right, so I'm out. I'm out. Man, we're so close. 309.88. We're looking for 310, and we just couldn't get 310. Ah.
Yeah.
That's brutal, man. We got so close.
Oh, look at that bounce on the 1 minute too.
I will never trade you again, Apple, for another month. If you come back,
look at that.
If you come back to 310, I swear I will not trade you for like a month, maybe two. I'll give you a red card, and the penalty here is unbelievable. All right,
my goodness.
Look at this nonsense. See, this is why I like entries close to the VWAP, right? Because then I will survive. This my stop will be somewhere over here. I give it a little more room, right? Because we see this all the time. They come back to the VWAP and stop out. But our entries are not that great to be able to hold past the VWAP, right? So we had to get out. Oh, come on. Do we join back in? I don't know. Shit. Look at this thing.
What are you doing?
Oh, man. We got. Well, not yet. Let's see if it's actually going to go to 310, right? Because that's the target that we were looking for. Let's see if it's actually going to do it. But it does look like it wants to.
Oh, I know. It's so
piece of garbage. All right, let's look at some other stuff. What you guys? Tesla at the VWAP. Yes, Tesla at the VWAP. Look at the nice break up here. Let's see if we'll get a VWAP breakout. It's kind of early for those, but it could still happen. Wow. Doesn't look like it's even pulling back, friends. Just going. Terra Wolf. MSDR.
Big V reversal on Tesla, huh? After that sell-off.
Yeah, it's a nice one. Yeah.
Right back up. AMD was clean today.
Yeah. PLTR did actually get going. They didn't break out too much from my entry. My entry would have been somewhere in here. We're thinking about it, but hasn't really gone crazy. Apple's gonna go.
I don't know. It's got to get through 309. 309.50. If it doesn't get through that,
Carlos, the strain terminal detect automatically if the count falls below 2,000.
Yes.
Mike, it does.
It should. It should close you and lock you out of whatever position. So
There it is.
it will flag you that you've gone below 10,500 and let you. So if you go into the journal is where the flag would be, and it should exit your position if it's functioning properly.
MSTR. Yeah, so MSTR and Tesla both breaking through the VWAP. So I see MSTR as well. MSTR's volume though seems a little bit low.
Just make the report again. Depending on when you made the bug report, somebody could have been gone. Last week was weird because Canada Day, some of them take vacation on Canada Day. Canadian holidays versus US holidays. So come on, Apple, get to 310. I got back in it, Carlos.
You did, you did. Oh, that's a good trade, man. Where's Apple? Apple. Oh, Mike, good for you, man.
I got back into it.
I don't blame. I should have got back into it as soon as it came back above the previous day close. Just jump right back in, get my same entry. Look, it's gonna do it now. Come on, 310 for Mike.
I partialed ahead of time, right near that thing in case of it.
Yeah, in case it does what it's looking to do now. Yeah, no, I agree. Agree.
But I took about half off on that one because I was like, oh yeah.
Nice. Oh, it's gonna.
If we break it, we're good. If not,
yeah.
But that was a big sell-off rejection at that area, so I had to. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Oh. 309.92. Come on, 310. Just get 310. You want to. You want that.
Frank says if it makes you feel any better, I got in long when you got out. Oh, that's awesome. That's a great entry.
Nice job, Frank.
Great entry, recognizing the support off the VWAP long.
Yep. I'm out break even.
That's awesome.
That's okay. I made some of that back.
Yeah. But it's crazy how it's just struggling right here. Like, what is this? I mean, 309.95 is just having a really tough time getting above that 309.95. I mean, is there anything on the daily? I mean, it doesn't have to be something. It could just be this is where selling pressure's coming in, right? Sellers just decided this is what they want to stand. On the daily, I don't see anything that's causing that. So, but yes.
I think it's, as I look at it, right, I see that this is where it's kind of sold off over the last hour, right? It's where it's struggled. So I think that's where the orders are. And if you look at Atlas too, you can see orders are starting to come in at 307, 306.
Yeah.
So I think if we do fill this 310, it could be a great possible for reversal, because it seems like it wants to fill those orders, but I'm not sure if it can continue much higher through those orders.
Patrick, that's funny. All right, friends. Andrew on AMD, nice trade here, and he's waiting to get another partial up at 560 or so. PLTR on the other hand, going very nicely here. SpaceX. What is SpaceX doing? AVGO, nothing. Apple struggling. PLTR just, it's trending higher, but man, it's barely moving. Like it's struggling to get above this 131.92, basically 132 there. MSTR broke the VWAP, but didn't give us our pullback and setup. And then the other one that we're watching was the app. What's the other one? PLTR for a VWAP breakout. No, it was MSTR. And I forget the other one.
I think
it was MSTR, right? Was it? I thought it was another one too, but MSTR, Tesla. But Tesla, same thing. It just kept going. It just didn't stop. And look at it go here, guys. What a great run this one is having as well. So
Nice speed reversal on Tesla.
yeah, it's clean, 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 man. That is beautiful. So Tesla there trading very nice. MSTR.
AMD's trading nice. Tesla's trading nice. Let's see. Apple once again trying
Apple
for
wants to
this.
go, man. Apple wants to go. It's just the way it's trading here. Watch, it'll hit it. It'll hit 310. I won't get in here because now the risk reward is not that great, I think, for me.
Yeah.
But anywhere below 309 if it continues with this uptrend, I think. But it's back down.
It's really fighting this 309.43 level.
Yeah, struggling with that.
309.50.
Oh, look at this. Those drops are dangerous.
Yeah, there's
Look at
the
that
big
there.
drop.
Yeah. CrowdStrike, you guys are mentioning. Oh wow, CrowdStrike doing well today. What's the news, guys? That's a pretty good move. They don't get like huge volume. You know, they trend. They just get on this trend and just go. But that was a great move today. If you're watching it, that's nice.
Wow, Dell. Look at Dell. Holy cow. It's a $35 move on Dell. Did they come out with a new computer or something? What the heck?
I don't know, man. But these guys barely move. And again, this year they've been doing very well. If you look at their daily, and then I don't know if you remember, they had this huge, massive gap up in June and end of May, and they actually held it. They held this gap up. They've been, they went lower, but they're back within this range. So I mean, it's just wild. And look at this stock trading now, up $25 from the close. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, up 6% today. Man.
Yeah. All right. TerraWolf been horrible all day, and we had it on here because we didn't have much to watch. But TerraWolf's just been brutal. Like now you're getting a drop, but the entire day has been so bad. MSTR, great push higher. PLTR, SPY is losing some ground here. All right.
The SPY has just been. It really just set a higher range and it's just been up and down.
Oh, some good coffee, man. My brain's like, it needs it today. It needs it today, man.
Yeah, coffee.
I didn't have it this morning because I was so dehydrated. I'm just and like I just got started the day with water, so I just drank water the entire morning. And you know what? It's the recovery, Mike. It's the recovery. You know, for us, when we get to our age now, it's not much about
longer, man.
You know, our intake. Our intake is still pretty good. It's just the recovery side that's where you take the hit. You know, so
your body feels it. Your body tries to tell you like you're not 20. What are you doing to me?
You're not 25. Not even 30. Slow it down, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't drink yesterday at all. Because I was recovering from the 4th. I was like,
man.
no, I'm not drinking. Yesterday, I'm like, I cannot do that.
It was so hot on the 4th that we couldn't. We're like, no, we moved all the festivities to yesterday. We celebrated. We did a couple of things with the kids. The heat was just, you couldn't be out there, man. So when I was hanging out with the kids on this Friday outside in the pool, and it was so hot that we were like, this is unbearable. And July 4th was going to be even hotter. So we said, no, we're not going to die. Let's move everything over to Sunday. It's going to be cooler. Might drizzle here and there. And it didn't rain. The rain held up, and it was much cooler. And it was a great decision. But everybody's paying for it now because we're all back to work or we're all back to summer camp, whatever. Everybody's hurting.
Yeah.
Uh,
We had a great fourth. I mean, we started, there was 5 of us, and we're like, hey, that's just what impromptu potluck. We're like, hey, bring something that's barbecue, let's watch the game, whatever, down in our little common area. And then more people came, and then more people came, and then more, and then they saw us and they're like, oh, and we're like, hey, just bring some, go get some beer, alcohol, food, whatever you want. And then it turned into like 80 people.
love it.
And it
Yeah,
was,
that's awesome. Yeah.
and then we watched the fireworks show from a balcony. And I will tell you, it was the most impressive fireworks show that I have ever seen.
Mm,
The entire downtown city was surrounded by fireworks. Like it
nice.
was a display of fireworks that circled it. But what made it so impressive is it was just people.
Mm,
It wasn't, it was not the city's coordination. It was just everyday citizens that had gone out and bought fireworks. And this thing went on from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock, 2 hours
awesome.
straight of all these fireworks. And then the city's fireworks went from 9:47 to like 10:20. And people were like, oh, that's all you got? The city's only got that? And there's just private citizens just shooting off big firework displays that you would think were a city. It was
Yeah,
crazy,
yeah. No, that's awesome. That is awesome.
which also
Uh,
prolonged the alcohol intake, unfortunately.
oh yeah. Oh, for sure, for sure.
Oh,
What's the best aggregate to use on Market Atlas? It depends on the price of the stock at times. I usually go with
yeah.
like 20 seems to be a good one for me, for most stocks. But I play around with it, Mike. What do you use?
I like 10 for my levels.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if you just select 10 and then use your mouse wheel to make sure that it's the level right below. So here's 25, right? And then I use the mouse level to
There you
just
go.
go
I'm
one
showing your
below it.
screen now, so you can show them.
Oh, okay. So if you go to 25, you get this, right? And then you just scroll your mouse to get 10 to pop. And I find that this is nice for the stocks I trade. Amazon, Tesla, stocks traded. But for futures, I use 50 on the futures. Aggregate is what I use for futures. So like Carlos saying, it depends on the stocks that you're trading, what you want.
Yeah.
Right now, man, I'm looking to about ready to look at the early market structure, and oh, is it ugly?
Oh, yeah.
Ugly.
Yeah.
I mean, just we are in this range bound on the SPY from 747 to about 749.50 ish, and oh, it is just
Yeah.
ugly.
No.
I
So I'm in New Jersey, and Mike is in Kansas City, right?
Yep, I'm in Kansas City now
Yeah.
for for a little bit. I move all over. I I just hope I can convince my wife not to move back to the West Coast. So I
Yeah.
have no desire to trade at those hours anymore. It is
No,
just
it's much nicer.
brutal.
Much nicer here.
It is, those hours are just brutal.
Yeah.
Getting up that early. It
Uh,
is the
explain to me what's the lower cutoff and upper cutoff? I'm not sure. What was that?
so your upper and lower cutoff percentages just gives you a different type of display, right? So if you mess with these, you can get a red display, you can color it differently. It's whatever kind of appeases to your eyes the best, right? So you just play around with it. Whatever you like your color display to be. I personally like it to stay more dark, except what I like. I just want to know where the big orders, the small orders in between doesn't bother me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't mind mornings, Melanie, but 4:30 in the morning's too early. That's not morning, that's nighttime. That's nighttime. That's not morning.
It's an ungodly
Morning
hour.
is yeah. Like the sun, if I'm getting up, after the military, the sun has to be up if I'm getting up. That's my criteria now. If I live in a place where I have to get up before the sun goes up, I'm living in the wrong place.
Wow. Tesla is going. It's going. What did Apple end up doing? Apple's still
Apple's
struggling, huh?
struggling.
Now we just keep coming back down to this range. Do I go long here and just take a partial at 309.95? I mean, it seems like just can't. We're stuck in this range. I don't do that type of range trading, but it just seems like what is happening. I guess when it comes down to the previous day close or the VWAP, go long to try to get to the top of the range. That's what's that? $1 and change, like about $1.15. I mean, not ideal, not my type of trading, but it just seems like that's what it's stuck doing. Although the range is kind of getting even tighter now. It's getting a little more messier. I'm like, this was a nice big range, up, down, up, down. Now it's just, see what it does. I mean, it's just kind of stuck even tighter now. So, Yama, what were you trading? Short Tesla? Oh, I see. You try to go for the double top. Not a bad trade. Not a bad trade, but it's not done here. Tesla's going for 405. So, hitting our levels perfectly, guys. Look at that, 397.55. What it do? Stutter right there. Support at the morning. 425. We put this level manually as well. You can see that there. A little hesitation before the breakout, and now the next level we have is 405.17. And it might just get there. Let's see. Oracle is getting ugly. Take a look at it in a second. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up on YouTube. I'm going to do it myself because I have not done it this morning. So I'm going to go to YouTube here, and I'm going to hit the thumbs up to make it 226. But if we can make it 500, we'll give away a funded account today. So a funded account giveaway unlocked at 500 likes. So help us get there. It does help us out a ton. Does help out the channel. And we love to give away Andrew stuff. We'll give away Andrew stuff here. We'll give away Andrew's money. There's nothing better than giving away somebody else's stuff. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
so I
just got done kind of looking at what the early market structure is, and I use this kind of Excel sheet. If you're a BBT member, I actually have a video on it in the education center on how to fill it out. But after putting in kind of all the criteria, I mean, you can see we are definitely early market structure is a range day. Like we are definitely up and down. There is no real testing on it, right? And when you're in a range day, avoid breakout chasing and momentum entries, right? So if you're a breakout trader, which I am, if I'm a momentum trader, which I am, the opportunities are going to be slim today. And that goes for futures as well as stocks, right? Like the breakouts are going to be slim. AMD had a good one. Dell had a good one. Tesla, so, but yeah, AMD, Dell, as you can see with Apple, right? Or Apple trading there's the breakout, but then it's just ranging right now. So it's one of those days where you take what the market will give to you and don't fight it. So that's where I'm sitting. As far as looking for a trade on a 30-minute opening range breakout, I this is disgusting. So I probably won't take any of that. I'll look to see if we can push higher and maybe take a reversal off this 7574 if we can get back up there. That will be kind of where I look to take a reversal off of. So other than that, I don't got much of anything.
Yeah, yeah.
So the funded trading account on trading terminal, you got to get a monthly subscription, and then it's $3.99 or $4.99. I forget now. Let's see. Go here.
Which one?
The funded trading account, which is that. It is $4.99. There we go. $4.99.
Nice.
Or a funded trading account. Simulator is free to take trades in if you'd like. Oh yeah, let me look at the 3-line bar charts on stocks. See if we can't see anything setting up there for anything. I really like these 3-line bar charts, especially on days where you're looking for some type of reversal. What's this? 308.86 on Apple. $308.86. Let's put an alert there. See what we get on Apple, Amazon, AMD. Wow, look at AMD go. So nice.
Yeah, and Andrew's in AMD, man. One of the few things that running this morning, he's taken that thing awesome today. So actually, let me show you guys what the trade looks like. Here it is. That's AMD. So you could watch this guy's live in our chat room. So Andrew Long added partial. I don't think he added after that. So he had a nice big early position in already. And he just partial all the way through. Here, I'll show you up AMD on my screen. But he got a big, nice position right in here, and then just partialed all the way through. So that's nice. And now he's taking a couple of partials over at 570 right in this area. And yeah, just a really, really strong day for AMD. And Andrew read that perfectly. He is on it, man. He is on that thing. So good stuff.
Look at this 3-line bar chart on Tesla. Shows you how powerful this thing could be. I mean, it puts in this reversal signal.
Yeah.
Puts this reversal signal in as it changes the bar color here at 398. Look at where you take an entry there and just look at this thing. Just ride it all the way up to 404. Like these, I'm really liking these 3-line bar charts. And because it removes the time, right? And it removes the time out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go right, look at what Tesla looks like on our regular candle charts. and you get into the 1 minute, right? Because that's what we trade. And you see all this wick and all this bounce and all this. You're like, oh my goodness, this thing's failing, or it's failing. But when you're on the bar chart on a 5 minute, right, as it's loading, it's just smooth, right? It's just showing you that we're still in an uptrend, right? We're just in this uptrend, and you just sit there and you wait and wait and wait. So yeah. It's what I'm looking for on Apple, right? I'm waiting for it to put in a red bar here, and I will try to probably short it down to 306 area. We can get this thing to
here's
over.
Tesla again, trying to put in a new high, but struggling to getting above this 404. So
yeah. So can you put
man,
orders
years of trading, absolutely. On the simulator, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I've done limit orders on the funded account and the simulator. Well, they're both the same, but yeah.
Let me do this.
They got some hotkeys too, some basic hotkeys that work pretty nice. You can do those as well.
Well, that definitely didn't put a limit order in. That definitely got me in. Oh well, who cares?
Dylan 2025.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
That's
Dylan,
why you always trade
those
in
games were awesome. Go ahead, Mike.
That's why you always trade in a simulator if you don't know what the heck you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. Make mistakes there, not in your actual account. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. So yeah, the Mexico and England game was pretty exciting, guys. I watched that one too, and I'm surprised Mexico didn't win. They had the ball so long, right there, close to the line, and crazy how they couldn't score. They had a lot of chances.
They had their opportunities.
They had a lot of opportunities, man. I mean, they just kept attacking and
couldn't finish.
Somehow they couldn't get it in.
That game went like this. England capitalized on the few opportunities they had, and Mexico couldn't capitalize on the opportunities that they created.
Yeah.
That's what happened. And then England just went into here. I'm just gonna play defense and see if you can break us down, right? So, yeah.
Love the YouTube shorts you guys put on. Nice. There's so many of them. I don't know who's doing it, but they're doing a great job. There's a lot of cool, interesting stuff they're doing with the YouTube shorts. So, yeah, definitely take a look at them. A lot of fun facts and things like that, and market stuff, and clips of people that are market makers and movers and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
So simple pro trader. If you're looking to change, you just click on this little thing here, and it brings the chart type. So you can have line break, or you can have candle, right? There's the candle. And then here's the line break. You can do whatever kind of chart you want. So that's how you change it.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't work, just close it, restart it. It should work out. So
Apple again, man, 309.95. It is just.
This time we got up to 309.98, 99.
98. So let's see if we could break it here. Is this it? Apple for the break. I wonder if John is taking a high if they break out on this. Probably not, because it's so choppy.
I don't see any orders to the top side. There we go. 310 broke. Finally, we got a pop. Now let's see.
See the continuations in the cards. This could be, if you're a range trader, this could be a great short because every time it's been up here, it's proven that the sellers just pour in. I'm not the type of trader, but I could see, shorting here on the pop for the potential breakdown. We gotta be careful with that trade, though. I know what you're doing. I'm not recommending it, though. It's working out nicely now. It's not something I trade, but man, it's proven here in the 5 minute that this area has been a big struggle for Apple all morning.
Oh, here we go. Back up on the MES. Back up to the 7574.
Nice.
This is an area that I might, if we touch this again, I may try to short this.
Nice.
See, Apple cleared that 310. Now all the orders are to the downside.
Yeah. Yeah. DRWD, great move today. Awesome move. PLTR, what did it keep going? No, it came back down. MSTR sideways, can't get into the green. Terrible for nothing. Apple, oh, Apple right back up. Right back up.
Yep.
The move we needed earlier, Apple. What happened? What's happening?
Are we gonna break above? We're gonna break below. We go. Trying to push it.
Let's
This
see.
is Spies Thursday.
Yeah, it's going. It's going. Awesome stuff, guys. Look at it go. Great. Did you guys get back in? Oh, good. Yes, I like that. MFG Gyro said he's getting bored. Must be I'm doing well. Sometimes that is what it. Yes, that is what it comes down to.
That's what
sometimes.
it is.
Trust me. I was a more exciting trader back in 2018, 2019, but I wasn't making money. But I was more exciting. I was in everything. I would be in this long right here. I would be in this and that. But you're not consistent when you trade so much like that. No, it doesn't have to be boring. You just gotta enjoy. It's like baseball. You gotta enjoy the pitching. You gotta enjoy the dead moments. Like soccer, you gotta enjoy the back and forth, right? Like you guys. I'm not my favorite sport, but you gotta enjoy if you only enjoy the kicks and the goals, and it could be a boring game. So trading is the same thing. Gotta enjoy the hunting, the monitoring, what's this, what's that, and then once in a while you get to snipe something, and see where it goes. So, but that's good, man. I'm hoping you're doing well, and that things are working out for you.
Right now, not in anything. Apple's breaking out though. It got above that 310. I don't like it. I don't like how there wasn't very much orders there, but I'm looking at the ES right now, just short it up of 75, 74, but I need this to get just a little bit higher before I try to take it short.
Yep. All right, friends. Apple did manage to break out higher, 310, 68, the new high on Apple now. PLTR, guys, at the VWAP. Let's see here. Let's see how it looks on Atlas. So PLTR at the VWAP. See how this is shaping out here.
Here we go. See if we can push higher into this right now. There's some great games that will be on though today too. So
Who else is on? No, US at 8 p.m.
Portugal, Spain.
Oh, what time is that one? That'll be a
I'm
good one.
hoping it's not during the market close. I haven't looked at the time on that yet.
Yeah, it's probably 4. They love that 4-8
Yeah.
time slots. All right, here
I'm
it is, guys.
hoping it's
PLTR.
right after the close.
Yeah, PLTR. Let's see if we get our signal. So we do got it, like a nice breakthrough. We got a nice pullback happening now. This could be the short opportunity for PLTR. So I'm just getting ready. Stop loss 131, so about 60 cents. Not bad. And maybe target previous day close. Let's see. Market Atlas on this looks.
That one had a great run too. It's up at 405 now.
Yeah.
Man. AMD 570. Wow. That thing's gonna end up at 1,000.
Yeah. I believe it.
And I'm just gonna be like 1,000. I remember at $10. Why didn't I just take all my money and just put it into AMD and sit on it for 6 years?
Yeah. Facts. Facts. 3 p.m. Eastern time.
Yep, right during the close.
go.
I knew it.
I wants to mess with Mike. All right, let's see here.
All right. Here we go. This is where I'm gonna look this short.
Okay. I'm short PLTR, guys. VWAP breakdown. I love the setup here. We got orders to the downside, 128.80. So hopefully we can get there, 129.80, excuse me. Tons of orders there. So hopefully we can get down there. My stop loss, 131. So we don't want to going above. That's about 60 cents for my entry. So let's see if we get the drop here. Looking for the previous day close. This is where we have a bunch of orders, and Atlas is packed down there. So 14,000 shares. We just got to get through this 130. What is this 130 level I have here? What is this? Why did I put this here? That is the high of the pre-market. So let's see if we can break that high of the pre-market and head lower. Reminder, guys, tonight, onboarding class, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Me and Dwayne are going to take you through everything, BBT, answer some of the questions, how to get started, what to expect as a new trader. So a bunch of really interesting stuff to get you started and to get a chance to look on what the community is all about. So if you never, if you've never been a part of a community, highly recommend you check it out, try it out. Tonight, so it's a great day to join. So you can join us tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time as we go through our onboarding class. So look forward to seeing you guys there.
Yep, and at 7 p.m. I'll be doing the weekly trade book meeting for Peak Capital Trading. So we have that as well on store for you all.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, I'm in short PLTR, friends. Stop is 131. I'm looking for 129.80, which is close to previous day close. I'm sorry, 129, excuse me, 129.31. That is my target. Let's see if we can.
I'm looking for a rejection of the SPY on this breakout. So the SPY is trying to break out.
I'm using TOS. I noticed that the VWAP is lower. TOS is showing it at 130.42. Yeah, so depending on the settings you have, it can be slightly lower. So I don't think it's a huge deal. Because what I see sometimes is people have a lower VWAP and they'll just do a strategy off of that. And that has worked out very well in the past for some people. So I can send you my settings, but I'm not sure how TOS is going to reflect. So, and our settings are very standard, right? There's not a whole lot on there. So my VWAP for PLTR is 130.62. Where we're at right now. Come on, there's no orders up here. Why are you coming up here to 131? Why are you looking to stop me out when there's nothing up here? Everything is down at 129.80. What are you doing? No reason to be up here. Oh, it's gonna stop me out. 131 is my stop, friends. We have like a little bit of orders there, but everything is to the downside. But it might want to come back up here and take these guys out. There it is, 131. It hit it. Went lower. $131.
I am just simply seeing if this next 5 minute or candle will go back into the range or not. If it goes back into the range, it's a good thing for me. I'll take it on a new 5 minute low. If it doesn't go back into the range at that 7574 and stays above it, then we'll just kind of sit back and say, hey, another one not there.
Yeah.
Setup not there.
So
Peter is trading with P Capital Trading right now. He'll be joining us shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah. So 131 is my stop. We're just dabbling 131, 131.05. But I was curious to see, okay, if we had a lot of orders here, like 3,000, I wanted to see if we went through 131 and we actually went through those orders because there was not many. Is it going to drop back down? And it's kind of doing that. Like we came here, we had like 3,000. It did go through those. And it is dropping lower, but it got 3 more thousand now. So maybe it's not going to go lower, but now it might. I don't know. I'm trying to see, like, are you coming here to take these orders out, which you did, and now you're gonna be able to come back down below the VWAP and towards this 129.80, which I'm looking for. And man, that played out nicely. So glad I didn't jump out there. So I just gave it again. I gave it like 5 cents more, like 131.05, because it went right to it, and there's no major orders here. Like there's not a follow through of orders. Like I have to the downside. Downside looks great on this thing. And look how the market reacted. It came right to 131, took over those orders that it had there. Wasn't many. And look at the drop we're getting here again. And now we're in the situation where we were earlier, where it looked great for a short with Atlas, right? We still got this 129 here. So, and let's see. Let's see if we made the right call here. Again, if it comes back up to 131 here, we'll do the same thing. We'll look at how the price action is moving, and if it makes sense to give it like 5 more cents before we bail, depending on how Atlas looks. Now, if Atlas looks very packed, like you start seeing 3,000, then all these orders here, like we do to the downside, look at the downside, how clean that is. Then yeah, then there's no point in trying to see what happens, right? Because that could run through 131 and push higher very, very quickly. But there's nothing up here. Come on, drop down. Go to 130, go to 129.80. Let's get the drop going.
Tesla.
How many likes until 500? You feel lucky today? Pedro feels lucky. Pedro, didn't you win before? Have you won already? Maybe not. But I'm in green and bored. Good, man. Stay with us here. Don't do anything crazy. Stay with us right here. Watch us do what we're doing and stay bored. Absolutely. All right, so here it is. Back to 131 again. I'm short on this thing, looking for the drop. We're just below 131 again. And again, there's just no orders up here besides the few at 130, right at 131. After that's a nice gap after that. So checking to see if we can. Atlas, I mentioned earlier, still looks the same. Checking to see if we can just not get bothered by this 3,000 shares and just get down to where the meat is at here. 4,000, 14,000. Let's get down there. See if what it wants to do. as we wait, MSTR trying to go green. Wolf at the V up. I don't trust the way this thing is trading. Though it hasn't been trading all that clean, so I'll stay away from it.
So Frank, am I still holding Apple? No. So my Apple trade I got out at break even, right? Oops, let me pull it up here. Sorry.
Apple's
With
so
Carlos, got
so
in,
good.
stopped out, got in, partial, stopped out. I would have got stopped out here anyways, but then I just didn't get back in. But yeah, good trade, good trade here. But if I look at my long-term portfolio, I'm at, ooh, look, I hold Apple. Look at the great move I got today. No,
nice,
not in the day trading account. Did not get it today.
I got my mom into a very long position. She has an account, whatever, and she's actually doing pretty good. She got Apple like at 180 or something, some crazy number.
That's good.
So I got her in, and she's doing better than I am because I'm not in Apple. Long term.
I got Apple at 120.
Damn it! I'm out of PLTR. Oh, that's nice, Mike. 120. I'm out of PLTR. I did
right
break out through 131. Oh yeah. That was right after. She got in a few months later or so. I got her in, so doing nice.
I tried to get Tesla at 100, but it only went to like 102 or something. And then it spiked up to 200, and then it came back down, and my wife's like, "You're buying it now. I don't give a crap." So I got it. I don't know the exact price, but it's somewhere between 150 and 175 on Tesla. So
nice.
Those are there. Great trade, Frank, if you're still in Apple. Yeah. That's a great trade.
I'm gonna avenge Carlos. That's awesome. Good stuff. Yeah, Apple was good. Apple was very, very nice. I mean, it was not easy trade. It just kept going sideways all of 936 when we got in 936, and we got out unfortunately at 942. But since 936 to about 10:15, right, just a couple of minutes ago, is when you actually started to hit the target. So it took a long time, 45 minutes or so, to actually break out. But there it is.
Yep, SPY does look like it's gonna hold above this. It did not test back into the range of that candle, and it's continuing higher. So it could be good for people that are long right now.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah, I'm just. Let me see. I got Tesla up here, right? Yeah, because I'm looking at Tesla off this 407 level.
Yep.
Definitely some good trading. You can see on the 30-minute, we got this moving average coming down on it. 60-minute, what's it look like? Nothing. 15 is very bullish. 30 is bullish. So wonder if it's going to try to recover everything it lost on Thursday with its car sales or estimated car sales or whatever.
Which were good, right? They were actually good numbers. Somehow the market reacted differently.
Buy the rumor, sell the news.
That's it. That's literally.
Yeah. Nike, big reversal. Did they stop trading or stop making golf clubs?
Yes.
If the Nike president's living, I'm telling you how to expand your customer base. Make a wide shoe. There is enough people in the world that have wide feet that you will increase your market space. because people like me don't buy Nikes because you don't have wide shoes. So you've eliminated this huge market space because you will not make a wide shoe. So continue to be stupid and think that you can make money by building golf clubs that nobody wants. So so there's my non-educational, professional, in-professional, whatever you want to call it, advice for Nike. But hey, they must know something, right?
That's it. All right, looking forward to see what we got here. We got orders. Let's take a look at what orders we got here.
Apple's still pushing.
All right, let's go.
Tesla for this week. Yeah, I got levels for Tesla for this week. So here, let's pull Tesla up on the daily. I'll go to the daily chart. Right now, let me take this. This one should not be there. Your weekly expected moves for Tesla are 419 to the top side, 375 to the downside. Those are your weekly expected moves. And today's daily expected move is 407, 387. Your big seller, if we go to the 60-minute chart, big seller is at 429. So that's where we sold off from. And your big buyer is down here around 390, which is where it bounced off of today. So right now it's the level you're concerned with, right? Is if we get above this 407 and start using this as support for today only, then you're looking probably up here to 412, 413. But if we continue to reject this, we're probably going back down to at least 400, if not back down to the bottom of this pre-market range, 398-ish area. So those are your levels on Tesla. SpaceX. What is SpaceX doing? Yeah, we didn't look at SpaceX. Well, that's because it is just yuck today as well.
Yeah,
it's just kind of range bound. 168, 162. It's above the previous day close, finding support down there. That looks good.
Yep. Here's some orders from our team, from our moderating team, and also our members in the community. Let's go through some of these. So first one we have here is Dwayne, our good buddy Dwayne. He's going to be joining us tonight, onboarding class, 7 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll see you guys there. So he went short here on the SPY, partial, and then out at break even. So kind of play the pullback here and got in short. Had a nice move to the downside. Then Glenn in chat, AMDL. He went at it. Partial. Wow, a lot of partials here. That's a lot of parceling. Oh man, look good for him. Got a nice move here on AMDL. So that was AMD long, I believe, leveraged. And good job. AMD was a great trade today. Jeremiah and Intel, one of our members of our community, got long, added, and then started pulling off some shares into strength. Some more off, and then added here on the pullback, took some more off, added again, take some more off, and then went all the way to 126.50. So he took a lot of stuff off there, which is nice. Continuing AMD, Millies also added AMD as well, was one of the big trades today in the community, guys. So you can check more out how to join the community, bearboottrades.com. Partial here on AMD. So good stuff. Just 3 trades, just a couple today. Not too many, but great ones nevertheless. So good stuff, guys. Good stuff. All right, let me start connecting the chat. I'm going to see the boys are looking to join. I'm going to start
Andrew
connecting into the chat here. Hello, chat.
Let me stop my screen share so that way.
Yep. And then we'll have Andrew and Brian join us.
Space up.
here on YouTube, see how they did. I mean, that was just a monster trade by Andrew.
I know that monster trade on
That's a
AMD was
monster trade,
awesome.
man. Yeah, yep. It looks like some community members took that trade too. Like this one here, it's a great trade. So got in long as well. All right, let me see. I think I see Brian.
Yep, I see Brian. I see Andrew now.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, guys.
Good
How are you?
morning.
Good morning,
I
Andrew and
am
Brian.
really good. Good morning, Mike. What a great trading day we had today in the chat room. Did you guys
Yeah.
have a good day?
So day, Apple.
So. Yeah.
Apple played with us.
Yeah, Apple was really good. AMD was crazy. I shared also my screen. AMD was great. I was also watching President ringing the opening bell. Did you show it,
I
Carlos?
didn't know he was doing that. No, I didn't know he was doing that.
Yeah, so he did.
Oh, okay.
So he ding ding ding. Here you go. Go full screen. President did the uh, bill of today from the White House. So that was great. That's the Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, and that was great. So thank you, Mr. President. It was a great day. We made money. But today was AMD was the best trade that we did today. It was really nice. So you guys can see my screen and my trade. It was a 5 minute opening range breakout, very heavy size, very strong, and it was a great profit. Let me bring my pen. This Epic pen has been really buggy. Sorry, this Epic pen. I'm gonna bring my pen here. I need a better program for my pen. Does anyone know any good pen platform?
Yeah, that Epic Pen has been terrible recently, Andrew.
I have been like it's just keep I have been just having some issues with it all the time. Anyways, so stop the screen here. So let me opening up again. I need a better pen platform. But that was a great breakout on AMD that we did. So here it is. This is a better one. Okay, so AMD, let me go to the what we saw in the morning. So AMD was gapping up a little bit at the open and sold off, but did a really nice engulfing candlestick. This is what we call it, the bullish engulfing. And I saw it here, and I was actually thinking of going long. For some reason, it took me some time to pull the trigger at 535. And obviously, we saw the big orders of Market Atlas, which is, I always look at the Market Atlas. So that would have been a really good entry here for the break of this pre-market that we had. This is a pre-market high as well and a daily level. When it did broke out, I went long, added more. On the pullback, I added more. It was holding the VWAP, so this is the VWAP. And what really helped me to go heavy size on it was the big orders on Market Atlas, 550, 555, and all the way up to 570, 565. And I think the last that we got is at 570. And I do have a screenshot as well. I do usually have a lot of recording and screenshot. But if I want to show you here, if I want to zoom in a little bit again. So Carlos, go full screen again. So yeah, that's the screenshot that you guys can see here. 550 is a big order. You see, obviously, it's very red here. Let me go if I can actually start the slideshow is a 5 slideshow. Oops, what? Oh, what did I do? Sorry. Slideshow. What's the slideshow on it? Oh, here.
Top right,
Control,
Andrew.
it's Control F5. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, that's the 550 order. And this is the signal that I was talking about. So this is the pattern of the candlestick that we really wanted. And you went long and you see the 550. And again, you get the time, it's 5:30, 9:30, 9:30. And then the next one, 9:40, you see the order is there. I already put my order up there at 550. So this sits in the market here, 550. And again, another screenshot. 2 minutes later, we got the orders at fill. So this is the order we got filled at 550. I got filled at 550 here. And so what I do right now here is that I'm going to zoom out and see where the next order is, 560. So as you see, after you zoom out on the market access and you see the big orders at 560. And I looked at the daily chart. This is a daily chart. So what's happening in the daily chart? So daily chart shows at around 560, there is really good area for potential breakout. So this is a daily chart that potentially can go toward that. There's really nothing before that. Maybe this level is here, but if you can go toward 560, so these all levels kind of are the same. So I was really expecting to go that. Market Atlas is also telling me some time 9:43.56. And I put my order at 560. I'm ready for it, and boom, at 9:53.53, the order at 560 get filled. Boom, here's that's the order at 5. And then there's some order at 562, and obviously you have to just zoom out a little bit more to see what's going to happen. And that's the daily level that we discussed on the daily chart. So I'm going to go back again on the daily chart. So we see that, we're going toward these important levels that we had. So it becomes around 565. There is some order at 565 and 562 as well. So they're bigger order. Then there is nothing to the downside. That's the most important part. So, 565, again, the order there. I already put my order at 564 and boom, I got filled like, at 10:06. So again, these breakouts are possible to get. These breakouts are not really random. So with the help of Market Atlas and obviously the price action daily chart, you can really find these breakouts very nicely. And now 570. So the orders are going to go towards 570. You see the Market Atlas giving this red color here for you so that you can easily see it at 570. And the good thing about Market Atlas is that sometimes you don't see the orders on level 2 in DAS. But you see them very clearly in Market Atlas because the level 2 in DAS is just showing some of the books on the top. But Market Atlas gives you also the time stamp as well, so you know when they come, when they absorb. So that helps you really take a very big size and manage the trade really well. And again, a daily chart, boom, took those levels that we were looking at. And now here you see that there are some orders to the downside that slowly show up. So 564 compared to there's not much to 575. And now this is the sign of a pullback. So when the orders start showing up to the downside, means that okay, now market maker are expecting that the price is gonna pull back. And yeah, that's it. But it did go to, this is another screenshot, 570. We went to 570 and now the orders are at 580. I think that's the last screenshot that I had, and I still am in this trade 570. I don't have a lot of shares, only 279 trade shares left, but on AMD, when you look at it, yeah, there's 580 still up there. The all-time high is at around 580, so we're only a few percent below the all-time high. That was great. I think Brian had a really nice trade on Tesla, so I took it a little bit as well. So Tesla was also a really nice trade, and now there's big order at 510 on Market Atlas. So here, so the orders at 510, there's sitting up there, and I think Brian took a really nice trade on on Tesla. So I went there long through VWAP as well, but I got out of it too early. Brian, what else you traded? I think Brian, you're on mute, or maybe I
You're
cannot.
on mute.
Brian is on mute, I think. He's talking to himself.
Maybe your
Yeah.
microphone's on mute, Brian.
Right. Any question, guys, about the trades that we did today on YouTube? I think we discussed this really well in chat room, but I'm wondering in YouTube if anyone has any question.
There you go. Now I hear you, Brian.
So Zek is asking, how do you know if something is a big order or not? So usually the color coding, the market atlas, the technology that we build is gives you the color. So what it does is, compare this order with all the orders in the book, and if it's much, much bigger, it becomes darker in terms of red. So right now, this is the biggest order compared to everything else. That's why the color is really strong. So, and that's actually, our technology that we started looking at a pattern that shows these big orders clearly. What are they and how you can actually find them. But it's all relative compared to the other orders.
But had a kind of a few red trades. I was actually started out red on the day because I was trying to short NVIDIA. I kind of thought it was going to have some downside, but it turned out it didn't sell off. So got back into the green on the Tesla trade.
So somebody's asking, what are these green and red balls on the market atlas? So these are the transactions that are happening on the buy side or red side, on the sell side. If the transaction is happening on the ask side, it means that they're green. If the transactions are happening on the red side, that means that they're getting on the bid side. I personally don't look at them. Some people are looking at this for absorption. I just don't look at it. So the only thing that I look at it is the levels and the color. So Felicia Ferry, in peak capital trading, yes, we do have private live trading with all the senior traders. The sessions that I do, I always trade live in the BBT chat room. The sessions that I do for bootcamp and inner circle people are all in after the market close. And sometimes we trade, most of the time we trade earning. Yeah, so somebody's asking, how do you trade? So what's your stop loss? So where do you put your stop loss? My stop loss is always at the break even. So when you're, for example, on, let's say, go to AMD. So on AMD, I go in, this is my first entry, and then this is my stop loss. Let's say this is your first risk. But when you start partialing, you really don't put your stop loss back here. So you're not going to go back here, stop loss. Your stop loss is going to be at the break even. This is your break even point. I should have probably added more on AMD here. If I was adding on AMD, then my break even would have been somewhere around here. And then, yes, my stop loss is definitely around break even. I'm not going to let it pass my So my inner circle meetings are on Wednesday at close, so at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So how did we find AMD? AMD was gapping up a little bit in the morning, so I think it was about 2-3% gapping up, and it had a really nice pre-market high around here. So I took it for the break of pre-market high, and which turned out to be a really nice 5 minute pre range breakout as well. So it would have been a 5 minute pre range breakout. But how do we find it? So AMD belongs to a sector that we call semiconductor right now. And semiconductor has been in play for quite some time. So this is part of our usual suspect. So, as you see here in April and May, it was just ripping. And then, this is what we call a sector mania or sector in play. So this is going to stay in this area for quite some time. Eventually waves off, but because of AI and all of the computing power and computational investment that the companies are doing, so this is a big sector similar to MU. This very similar pattern on MU. Gap up, gap down, big days, and similar NVDA. But eventually they phase out, and then there's another sector start becoming in play. So my sessions on Inner Circle would be on Peak Capital Bootcamp website. So how many companies do you trade? I usually try to watch 5 or 4 stocks in play in different at the same time, but I don't try to trade more than 2 or 3 tickers. Usually 2 is the tickers that I find, and usually you just need to find that stock in play that is really nice and working very nicely, and then you start just keep trading those ones. So today it was AMD. I did take a stab at Intel. Um, but I let it go because I had a bigger size on AMD. So I did trade Intel, which is very similar. Intel also had a big order on 125, but also had a big order at 119. So I wasn't really sure on Intel. So I went long, popped up, I sold some, and I got at the break even. Did eventually went up, but I let it go because I found the AMD way more powerful. What if you entered and it goes right away against you? What's your stop at the entry? Yeah. So, for example, for Intel, somebody's asking about the stop loss. I think this is very important. So, when I went long here, I really wanted to get to the break of 126.50, 126. My stop loss was originally the VWAP. So, this was my, stop loss. And then it popped up, I partial here, and then it came down to my entry point, and the points that we discussed. I don't want to go back red on something so my stop loss was not here anymore. My stop loss now is at entries, which is the break even. And I got out of it. Did drip back up, came back up, test the VWAP, and eventually, well, that's why just get away from it because I thought that Intel is not going to have a clean day. AMD was a much more clean. And so that's another thing is that sometimes you don't know. You have to take a couple of steps and a couple of them and see which one really in play and gives you a really, really good move. Tesla is going back up. Tesla is repeat.
Yeah, I can see that it's breaking out.
So Imtiaz is asking what time frame I'm using. I usually use a 1 minute to entry and exit. I look at 5 minutes to get more strategic decision. So you usually need 2 time frame, one of them for more strategic decisions and one of them for more tactical decisions. The tactical decisions are, you really want to exactly pinpoint the entry. I use 1 minute, Brian use 2 minutes. And it's up to really different traders. 5 minute and daily chart or sometimes 15 minutes is more about getting an overall look at what's happening.
Yeah, Tesla could be going to 410 now.
Yeah, Tesla is pretty good.
Big order. There's a big order there.
Yeah, Tesla. Yeah, we had this. So this is a very obvious order, very clean order at 410, as you see. I think it was very, very clear. And the most important here thing that you're seeing is the very big order at 410, and there's absolutely nothing that the big order to the downside. That's what you want. Nothing to the downside, very clear order to the upside. But if there's a couple of really big orders here as well, then you definitely don't want to trade that. So the 410 is a very, very clear order. And that's exactly what happened on Intel today. Let me show you Intel. So we have the big order at 130 here. But if you zoom out, you have a big order at 119 as well. And that's why maybe Intel cannot find the direction. So if I look at it this way, so 130 is a big order. But if I zoom out a little bit, you see there's a big order at 119 as well. So you have this one, which is fairly big, but also you have this one, which is very big. And you're exactly right in the middle of this. That's why maybe Intel is struggling because, the Atlas is really showing signs that, indecisive. All right, so as you see, Tesla is just ripping toward 410. Maybe 410
Yeah,
comes
SPY is
back.
breaking out here.
All right, guys. I'm gonna hand it over to Kyle. Kyle is here. Kyle, how are you doing?
Get this going. Hi, Andrew. I'm good. I ran a marathon yesterday. I'm so sore right now. Oh my Lord. But I'm okay.
Nice.
I'm in good spirits. I'm in Calgary for a couple days here at my in-laws place, so I'm good. I'm sore, but I'm good.
Congratulations. Yeah, that's great.
I ran
Oh,
it with my son. I used a stroller and I picked him up halfway at the finish. Good Lord, that was a mistake, but it was good. It was a good little experience.
Wow. Nice.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Honestly, I shouldn't. I want to do it. Like it's going to be my thing with him. Like I'm going to run one with him every year. It's kind of my goal. So he's 15 months now, so I want to do that with him every year. But at the end of it, like it was brutal, but it was fun. I'm just paying for it. I need to have some glutamine and do some stretching and roll out a little bit today. But I'm in good spirits overall, so we're good.
That's good.
Sweet.
Yeah.
nice.
Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Amazing trade on
Great.
AMD, Andrew. I honestly I didn't take a trade today. I'm kind of just watching. I feel out of sorts, but it's a beautiful trade on AMD.
Amazing. Yeah. Congratulations. All right, guys, I'm handing it over to you.
Great.
And
Okay, guys.
Tesla at 410. It was great trading. Thanks, Brian. It was great
Yeah.
trading with
Tesla
you.
410. Yeah.
And see you guys.
Gonna get there.
Yeah. John is coming into the chat room, guys, and see you guys today. So anyone who's new, anyone who's just joining us through this, 4th of July promotion that we had, today at 7 p.m., I think we have the onboarding sessions that Carlos is going to be going live. And yeah, today I think it's 7 p.m., yes?
Yes,
Um,
7 p.m. today.
yeah,
Yes.
so that's great. So we're going to go through all of the questions that you're having, guys. Cheers.
Okay, guys. Thank you. YouTube, how we doing today?
Kyle, just reshare your screen.
Okay. Let me just do this one more time here.
It should pick up.
Let's see.
How do you join? While you do that, I'm gonna answer this question. How do I sign up for the 7 p.m. Session class? Just go to our website, bearbertrust.com. Scroll to the bottom. You can see the couple of options to join. There, if you scroll way down, but I do believe there's a trial you can try for a couple of bucks, right? Gets you in for a couple of days. So if you want to do that, you can do that too. But yeah, bearbertrust.com. All the information is there. But yeah, we'd love to see you guys tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be there. Let me disconnect from chat as John is going to go there. So friends over in the chat room, we'll see you later.
This might be tricky, Peter. Or Carlos, sorry. Where's my glasses? I know, they're right here. I know I look weird, eh? There you go. How you guys doing today? I'm going to have to reshare my screen again. Yeah, I didn't take any trades today just because I'm a little bit, looks weird with the hat on, eh? Just super sore to be honest, but the marathon was good. Oh man, keeps de-aging for some reason. How are you aging backwards? I don't know. How'd you guys trade today?
Today was, for me, was rough. I mean, Apple just took so long to actually get the breakout going.
I saw that. I was watching you guys.
Man,
Yeah.
it's just
It was
we struggle
today
with
was a
that.
grind.
Yeah, it was a grind. There's a couple of really early great movers. PLTR moved great at the open. MSTR, I think, also moved great. So you had to be in really early. AMD, of course. But for the stuff I was watching, wasn't great. Steven, so yes, it does says 8 p.m., but tonight we're doing special time, 7 p.m., because I know a lot of people are going to rush to get the soccer game that's on today, U.S. versus Belgium at 8 p.m. So last time we had an onboarding class that early. Not that early. Last time we had an onboarding class at 8 p.m. and there was another big event going on. I think it was the New York Knicks championship game, game 4 or 5, I don't remember. Nobody showed up. It was me and Dwayne just twiddling our thumbs, right? And that's gonna be the same with soccer today. So we're gonna move it up to 7 p.m. Make sure we get that done, and then you guys can go enjoy the soccer U.S. versus Belgium tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So love to see you guys there. And also, if you can make like 7 or 8, it's recorded, right? Like if you join, it's recorded. You can always watch a recording of a similar class from me and Dwayne in our education center. But I love having you guys live because you can ask questions. We can get into things. It's much better to do that well, it's not a one-on-one, but like that person live session like that, right? Usually there's a nice group of us, so don't be afraid to ask questions, in the chat. So we appreciate that.
Peter, just because I'm just on my lap, or Jesus, this is where my head's at, Carlos. I shared my trading terminal,
Yeah,
but I
that's
can't get
good.
my DAS up because it's just one screen.
That's okay. I got you here.
Oh, you
Got
do?
you
Okay.
Yeah, I got it here. So it's
Okay.
good.
Okay, brilliant. So I'm not going to be able to pull up DAS, but I'll just kind of chat with the YouTube today. Okay, brilliant. Okay, what did you guys trade in the chat room today, guys? You played it safe, closed out a Tesla position at 450, carried over last week. Beautiful. Yeah, honestly, my body is so sore. Like, God, it's really honestly, like Peter and I were talking about this last week. Like, it's hard for me not to take a trade. So today was one of those days I was like, I'm not going to do it just because I'm not myself today. But I did watch, and yeah, that AMD move was unbelievable. I can't believe that thing almost hit 570. So that'll be nice. You know what? I can actually pull this up. Let's see if you guys see this. Frank, how you doing today? Fire Break Clay, good morning, good afternoon. Your 5R Tesla long, beautiful. Candy, hello. Thanks for all the support, you guys. I'm getting a few followers on my Instagram, so thank you. Let's see what else we got going on here. You know what actually looked nice today? I was watching Hood. Hood had a really nice, I can't draw any boxes on here, but Hood was a really nice 5-minute opening range breakup to the upside. It squeezed through the 200 moving average. That gave you a nice move, and you probably still would have been in it right now. And if you guys have kind of been following my path and my journey here, it was actually a really nice 5-minute the gap and go strategy that I've been kind of preaching to you guys. So I can't pull up Hood, unfortunately, but if you pull it up on your screen, and a great entry would have been 1045. It actually, no, it didn't come down and claim that range, unfortunately, so we wouldn't have done that. But very nice 5-minute opening range breakup. So that would have gave you, what about a 1 to 3? If you put your stop loss around 113.25, you would have caught that whole move up to that doji hammer to 115. So a really solid entry, in my humble opinion, would have been on top of the confirmation candle as it squeezed through the 200 moving average. So, I mean, 113.85 would have been a nice entry. Put your stop loss either at the 9 moving average or on top of the range there, and you would have caught this nice little scalp here. And depending on if you partialed or not, no, you actually would have got stopped out at the 20 moving average as it came back and retraced here. But these are all places where you can add. And if you guys follow Paris, this is something that I really appreciate about him too, is when he calls it recycling his shares, right? So as you get in, say your entry on Hood was, and this is a little challenging because you guys are just looking at Market Atlas, but as I'm just kind of chatting through this, if you get in at 113.80 and you take a couple partials, so if your risk on this trade was 30 cents, you would have had, let's see how many partials we would have had. 1, So that would have been 1 risk to reward, a 1 to 2. Here's a 2, 3. So this hood 5-minute opening range breakup would have been a 4R move. And just touching base on what Paris does is he'll wait for it to come back and retrace to the 9 or the 20, and then he'll add back in. And even a really nice re-entry into this position would have been around 1045. As it came back down, touch VWAP, it almost touches the 200 moving average on the 1-minute chart, and then you would have been in this whole move to the upside here as well. So hood was nice. That's definitely a ticker I recommend you guys watching. I'm not too sure what the news is on it. I'll do some homework on that, but this thing's been moving great the last probably 2 weeks or so. So keep your finger on the pulse for that. What else we got in the chat room? Ben, how you doing, buddy? PLTR. What happened to you, Georgie? Got to love PLTR. Hit the stop to the pip and right to my original direction. Yeah. That'll happen, unfortunately. Frank, pretty good. I avenged Carlos Apple loss. VWAP bounce on Apple. Let's have a look at that. Sammy, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Sammy. Let's have a look at Apple here, actually. Oh, wow. Yeah, Apple had a great move today. Let's see what we got here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Where did you get in your VWAP squeeze around 10:15? No, that's too late. You got in at 9:50. That's my guess, Frank. Sorry, I'm trading from my laptop and like I'm not used to like I'm just sitting close. I'm trying to just read the chat. So if I sit back here, I mean I could do that actually. I'm just on my laptop today. I'm in Calgary. I came down here to do a marathon. So I'm at my fiance's parents' house. Keep missing all of your orbs. I need to be confident. Yeah, the orb is it's definitely a challenging strategy. The more you do it, you know, the more confident you'll be in it, obviously. But Sammy, what I would recommend is just go into the replay simulator in trading terminal and just put your reps in there. But like a couple of weeks ago, Peter and I were talking about this as well. Like the market's changed, right? So you have to evolve as a trader as well. But the orbs are still there. You just have to pick the right horse, right? So that's why it's important to build your watch list in the morning, right? And pick stocks that are moving. You know, if they've gapped up or gapped down, that is where I found some success, right? And even Andrew talked about it today. The 5 or 6 that we watch all the time, like the usual suspects, those usually treat you pretty good. So for me, with my semiconductors like IONQ, RGTI, they didn't really move that well today. But I mean, AMD was just a wagon today. So it's hard to obviously pick the right stocks every day. Because if we did that, you know, trading would be super easy. So finding the stocks in play is, you know, 80% of the the challenge. Because executing your trade once you're in it is easy, right? Check out SpaceX. Is that your gap and go strategy? Let's have a look here. And also, if you are a BBT member, I posted the my webinar about that, so it's up there. But SpaceX, let's have a look here. SpaceX for a gap and go. So all I do is I take my my box on DAS and just draw the first 5-minute candles. So this, I would have been stopped out of this on a gap and go at 10 o'clock. The second candle would have been my confirmation candle. So the first 5-minute range. So your orb traders would have got in at 9:36 on that confirmation candle. You would have scalped a little bit, probably targeting the 200 moving average to the downside. So you might have got maybe a quick one. You maybe got a 25% there. You would have got stopped out as it bounced off the 200 moving average and came back up to VWAP. And then it just consolidates a little bit. The hammer candle around 9, is this 9:56? That would have been your break of the range. And then, yeah, fully transparent, I would have got in at the 9:59 candle. I would have put my stop loss above the 9. The only downside to this trade, honestly, is that the 200 moving average is so close to your entry point. And with it being such a strong level of resistance, it's the more you trade this strategy, when the 200 moving average is so close like this on a 1-minute chart, in my experience, there's not a lot of follow through unless you get a lot of volume, right? So if you look at SpaceX at that 10 o'clock candle, as it breaks to the downside, look at the volume. So a lot of people were anticipating this strategy is really well known in the trading community as the break and retest. So I call it the gap and go. It's just a different name. I like the name better, but look at the volume on it, right? And that is what I really cover in the webinar as well, is that you want to see a volume ladder. You want to see, and this is something I learned from John Hiltz. He is, I mean, and the break and as well, like you want to see at least 2 to 3 red volume bars at the bottom before you enter the trade. So really, yeah, to be fully transparent, I would have got in there. I would have got stopped out 100%. But if you look at SpaceX at 10:10, this is where you look at the volume at the bottom, right? Look at the difference between when it breaks this range from the one we just we're talking about. The volume is completely different, right? The volume from 10:08 till 10:14, and look how many people re-entered on this one, right? So that would have been a better re-entry. You can get back into any trade, right? Just that's where managing your stop loss properly benefits you, because if you're just holding through all this stuff, it's in trouble. You're in trouble, right? So yeah, so if you got in at 10:09, put your stop loss at the for this one, you would have used VWAP or the top of the range, you'd still be in this thing. So yep, the gap and go. That was a good trade. Who asked me about that? Aria. I need to really figure out how to take partials on Thinkorswim. Sorry, my face is so close to the screen. My apologies. I'm not used to trading on my laptop. It's so weird. I'm used to having my camera up on top. Need to figure out. I never used Thinkorswim, to be honest, so I can't really help you out there. I know Carlos has done it, so maybe ask him in the morning show tomorrow. Sammy, I'm great to find. Okay, mission. I'm not too sure what you mean. I'm great to find stock, but you find the stocks. Okay, so your stock selection's good, but the ignition is bad. I'm not too sure what that means. Candy, how was your day? How did you trade? What song are we gonna get Kyle to sing today? Honestly, I'm in good spirits. I'm just really tired. I'll do some karaoke for you if you guys want. What chart am I looking at? That was for SpaceX. Yeah, sorry. I only have my laptop here with me today, so I can't share my DAS while doing a screen share. So we're just doing Market Atlas here. You look like a serious trader today. Thank you. So what do I normally look like? You going to the Stampede? I'm not going to the Stampede. No, I did watch the Chuck Wagons yesterday. We watched a lot of rodeo yesterday, but I'm gonna go see my dad today, and yeah, just hang out with the family a little bit. I'm a hurting unit, honestly, so I'm just gonna take it easy. Are you going to the Stampede? Celine Dion. Oh, you guys don't want to hear me sing that. 16. Yeah, well, I'm 40, I promise you. Let's see what else we got going on here. SpaceX, AMD. Is AMD still going? Let's have a look here. AMD's finally pulling back a little bit. I can't believe that thing touched 572 today. It's up 8.5%. Wild. I remember trading this thing when it was at like $120. I know this is one of Peter's little children. He loved trading this thing. What a move on AMD. Holy hell. What did NVIDIA do today? I think Brian traded NVIDIA. Chop fest. If you look at NVIDIA, this is also a beautiful trade. When it squeezes through the 200 moving average to the upside, I was getting a bunch of emails about the gap and go, but it's such a strong level of resistance. So I wouldn't really touch this thing until it squeezes through the 200 moving average. Like if you look around 952, and again, this is always easy. Hindsight's 2020, right? When you can see this afterwards. But look at the candle at 952 and the volume at the bottom. I mean, that is just such a nice entry. So it rejected 3 times at the 200 moving average, came back below, VWAP, gained a little bit of volume, squeezed through it, boom. That's a beautiful trade. And the 5-minute chart on NVIDIA around that same time, that squeeze candle around 955, beautiful. Great entry. Just put it on top of the range there and watch it go. It almost went to previous day's close. Wow, beautiful. You don't look at a chart and use Market Atlas? No, I do. This is just my single laptop. Like at home, I have 4 monitors plus my laptop, so I have everything set up. It's just today I just have Market Atlas here. What do we got here? Please take a look at Amazon. Okay, yeah, I can put. You want that on Market Atlas? I can pull that up for you. And you have to forgive me, my laptop's a little old, so it's a little slow. The book looks pretty balanced on it. There's a big order at 245, 6,700 shares. It's pretty balanced at this point, I would say. We can take a quick screenshot of that if you like. I gotta tell you this, Kyle. My daughters see you on the screen in the mornings. They say you look like baby beard on Snapchat. I don't have Snapchat, honestly, so I don't know who that is, but I'll take the compliment. PLTR broke high a day. Let's have a look here. I'm gonna pull this up on, what is this? Put page inside? No. PLTR has been moving great as well in the last couple weeks. So what is it, up 3% now? Yeah. Oh, look at that squeeze. Holy. Yeah, I mean, if you had PLTR, I mean, pretty much any strategy that you have would have been executed nicely. 1 minute orb, beautiful. 5 minute, and these are the days for a stock like PLTR. If you have multiple strategies, this is where you can really have a nice average, right? If you get in, I don't have the 1 minute opening range breakup in my strategy, but I know Andrew does. So if he gets in at the one, this is where he'll anticipate the 5 minute as well, and then you have a really nice average, and you just ride that thing all the way to the upside. I'm sure Market Atlas had a really nice order block to 125 or 132.50, and you just hold that thing all the way there. But this also is a beautiful gap and go. So if you look at, or a break and retest for the people who don't know. So you just put your 5 minute range, and a good entry would have been it's not ideal around that hammer. 1025 would have been nice. You would have caught that first move, and then as it retraces and consolidates around 11 o'clock, look at that move too. Wow. Yeah, PLTR was definitely a nice trade today. Let's see what else we got here. Hymns section. I'll have to look into that. Honestly, I haven't had Snapchat for probably 10 years. It puts a beard on you. Okay, got it. Hey, I'll take it. Okay, let's have a look at hymns here. I wonder if I can share. No, I can't. Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry I don't have my my DAS up. I just can't pull it up on a single laptop. Hymns is up 5.5%. Yeah, that's Hymns is the gift that keeps giving today. That's a nice one as well. What's your strategy on it? I'll ask you that. Where did you enter? And this is what I was mentioning as well, and I know Eamon, he's kind of talked about this as well. When it I wouldn't consider this. I would say the fifth candle is a fake breakdown, and then look at the squeeze through. When all the moving averages cross, especially on previous day close, you look at that. The VWAP, the 9, the 20, the 50, and the 200 are right beside each other on hymns on the 1 minute chart. As it pushes through the 200 moving average, look at the volume underneath it. So that's a really clean 5 minute opening range breakup for all the orb traders in there. I mean, a really nice entry would have been $37. And then because that squeeze candle is so big, I would put my stop loss just halfway up that candle, and or the 9 moving average on that, and you'd still be in this thing. And this is the difficulties, right, of being a scalper is like, again, it's easy to look at it now and say you'd still be in it, but you have to hold yourself accountable to this, right? Like, where would you actually be targeting, right? So when you initially get in this 5 minute opening range on hymns, what are you targeting? More than likely, you're probably going previous day close. And you can see all the traders that took this same trade, right? So they were rewarded with probably a 50-cent move with a 10-cent risk. There's a 1 to 5, and then look at the sell-off, right? Pulls back to the 9, and then that's where you can look to add, right? Look at the volume at the bottom. Huge volume spike for the first 5 minute opening range break traders. Okay, then they start taking their profits, pulls back down to the 9 moving average. Kind of, it doesn't break it, it holds the 9, comes down, almost touches the 20, holds that, and then continues up with 3 minutes of consistent buying volume, a little bit more selling, and then boom, another big push of buy volume to get you up to that next move, probably around 38.60 on Market Atlas, right? So this is where Market Atlas is really beneficial for traders because you can see all the liquidity, and it's a nice mid-range number at 38.50, and then look at the sell-off as it touches 38.50, right? Boom, all the way back down to VWAP. And I know the Qs and the SPY, I think, kind of matched it around there too. But these are psychological numbers that a lot of traders target, right? The round numbers of $38, 38.50, 39. These are all targets for people, right? So they should be your targets as well. So just a little bit of food for thought. But Hims was a really nice trade as well. Yeah. So congratulations if you took that. Um, Kyle, you good. Honestly, if I shave my beard, I look. You guys think I look young now? You should see. Maybe I'll shave it I'll shave it after the wedding, and you'll see how young I look. Kyle, when do you typically stop trading? Yeah, I'm usually done after I do YouTube with Eamon. Usually before that, to be honest. Um, it's like an hour and a half to if I have a good runner on, like I like to take photos of my trades at the beginning when I first get in it. It's something I learned from P Capital is when you enter a trade, just take a quick screenshot. And then at the end of your day, come back and take another screenshot. And I like having a nice little runner. It just makes for a nice photo. So, but yeah, I'm usually done by 11 a.m. Eastern time. Exactly. Are you in Edmonton, Speed Racer? No news for Hims. Yeah, that thing was just moving today. Iron. Let's have a look at Iron. Edmonton, Denver, Colorado. Take me home, country road. John Denver, one of the greatest ever. New high a day on Apple. Okay, let's have a look. Full moon, are you in Edmonton? Honestly, I grew up in Calgary. It's just such a nicer city than Edmonton. Like the Oilers are a better hockey team. I know that's what everyone's going to say, but Calgary is just such a beautiful city. Like you have Banff, Canmore so close, and it's I don't know. It's just such a different city. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're welcome. John Denver. What else you guys looking at here? IBM wants 300. Let's have a look at IBM. I didn't see anyone with Hims on their watch list today. Hims, or I didn't see PLTR either. And that's the beauty really of having multiple screens and just trading from one laptop is it's really challenging because you can only really, I mean, you can have your market viewer on DAS and you can kind of bounce through things, but I'm so used to having my three screens at the bottom where you can watch five stocks because I mean, just watching one thing at a time and cycling through is it's pretty challenging, honestly. I very rarely just trade from one laptop. Tesla going to 420. Let's see what Market Atlas says. I know Brian had a beautiful trade on Tesla this morning. Tesla, holy hell, look at this bloody thing. Up 5%. Let's pull it up on Market Atlas here. Monsieur Tesla. And again, sorry, my computer's a little slow, so stand by. I mean, it could go to 420. I think it's a bit of a stretch, but um, well, I was born in Calgary, but I've been in Edmonton for 10 years now. Yeah, it's trading on just one laptop is tough. That's why honestly, like I just don't feel I'm gonna be in Calgary for probably 1 to 2 more days. I'll be back home, I think Wednesday. Um, but I know like Andrew's traveling setup, he still has his three computers with his laptop with the traveling screen, but it's definitely challenging on one. And that's the thing, like, even if I do trade, I'm just gonna take really small share sizes just because it's definitely a challenge psychologically as well. So yes, I live in Edmonton. I'm central. I live very close to downtown. Yeah, welcome. Yeah. I've been a member of Bearable Trader for about 3.5 years. It's an amazing community. Just go in the back end and enjoy the strategies that are in there, and you can definitely learn a lot. So welcome to the community. I don't know if Tesla will get to. You think it'll go to 420 today? Another $8? I mean, it could. This thing it moves. Do you guys know what the ATR is on Tesla? I'm just gonna go to trading terminal here. Tesla. I think it's like what is it? $14 or something. Let's see. My trading terminal. Yeah, yeah, $15. There you go. So for it to get to 420, I mean, I could. I would never doubt this stock, honestly. But it's already moved from 397 to 412, so it's got about $2 more of its ATR. I mean, it could do it. That'd be one heck of a move, but you're from Edmonton too. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of Albertans too in here. And sorry, I keep putting my face so close to the camera, and then I look at myself on YouTube and I look insane. Like my face is the whole size of the box. So I'll try and sit back a little more. What's the difference between Lambos and garbage trucks, bearable traders, and peak capital? So, Lambos and garbage trucks are a premium YouTube group, so you get access to all the videos in the back end of bearable traders. If you go onto bearable traders right now and you click on it, you'll see some of the videos you have to become a member to see them, and that's I believe it's $6.99 a month. So it's a cup of coffee. So it's definitely worth the investment. And then Bearable Traders is a separate community. Wow, the chat room is separate. So that I think it's $39 for a week. I'm not too sure the exact prices right now, to be honest. But that gets you access to one-on-one trading with Andrew and Brian in the morning, and all the moderators. We trade in there throughout the whole day. So YouTube ends at 11, but we continue in the Bearable Traders chat room all day long. So we talk. It's an amazing group. Like I was in Bearable Traders. Well, I still am, but this is I've been in it for 3.5 years now. And then Peak Capital is like it's a separate. It's tied to Bearable Traders, but it's a premium trading group. You get one-on-one coaching inside with a Discord group. That for me was when I really figured out, trading. Lenny was my coach. You just, you hold yourself accountable to it. It's about $3,000, but it's definitely worth the investment. So I tell this to everyone, like, if you're in the funded account and when you become profitable inside the funded account, take that money and invest it into peak capital, because that is for me when I went from being a break-even trader to a profitable trader. You got to do the homework though. That's part of the thing, right? Like you pay that amount of money. There's homework that you have to do. So it is an investment in not only the money, but in yourself and the time. Like you have to do the homework, because you get to pick your coach, whether it be Peter, Carlos, Eamon, Lenny, right? You get to pick your coach, Mike, and we'll do as much as we can to help you, but you need to hold yourself accountable to the homework as well. So yeah. No, I'm a full-time trader now. One of my things I really wanted out of this life too, like, is just, and I know people know this, I don't want to bug everybody, but I just want to be like a really present dad, so I can trade in the mornings. And now I bugged Andrew for probably about 6 to 8 months, 9 months, to join the team as a moderator. So I found some success in the funded accounts, and yeah, I just asked him like, hey, what can I do to help out? And so I'm very fortunate that way that he offered me a position, and yeah, So I work with Bearable traders a little bit in the back end now, and but I trade, and that's it. Planning to do a funded account in September. Yeah, get it started. The funded account's amazing, right? Like it's $500. There's only $2,000 a drawdown, so just be cautious of that. And how I kind of, mentor or tell people this is start slow, right? You only get $2,000 a drawdown. Don't be attached to the money. That's when you get in trouble, right? Build yourself a buffer for the first month, and then if you choose to do so, up your risk after you've created that buffer. Because if you're risking $250 a trade out of the gates, you won't make it. Respectfully, I don't see it happening. You need to use the equalized risk hotkey. You only get $2,000 of drawdown, right? So you can't use 1% out of the gates. You can if you have a little bit of experience, sure, but I mean, you get 10 trades essentially, 20 trades, right? If you risk $100 with $2,000 of drawdown, so you better have a pretty good hit rate if you're going to risk that amount of size. So just be careful with it, and it's the long term. It's 3 months of trade. You need to trade for at least 30 days. It is 500 US. Yeah. If you sign up to Andrew's newsletter, I think there's $100 promo code in there right now. I'm not too sure if he's still doing it. I can look into that for you, but yeah, so you spend $500, right? You get the funded account. After 3 months, once you're successful, you get a payout. You get a payout. When Kyle starts uploading his singing on YouTube members only videos, I'll be part of Lambos. I don't think Andrew would let that happen. I can plant the seed. Yeah, no worries. Let's see. I want to see what's Tesla at 412s. Okay, so that's still yeah, I think Tesla's going to get to 420 today. Hood, wow. Hood's now at 117.50. Wow. Apple. I mean, today the SPY is just moving. I mean, the SPY is now at 750.75. The Qs are up 2%. The SPY's up almost 1% now. Today was a good day. I didn't think today was going to be such a bullish day, but what do I know? Him's still going. Him's is gonna go to 39 for sure. And this is where you guys watch the tape too. Like for higher day break traders, like this is where you try to watch for those big orders pushing through $39, right? So get yourself familiar with a little bit of the tape reading. And if you guys haven't checked out, check out Paris's tape reading course on tradingterminal.com. I haven't done it yet. I'm going to invest in it, I think, after my wedding. I think it's about $500 as well. But the way that man reads the tape it's a thing of beauty. What do we got here? So it's $500 for the funded, and then $99 a month for the membership. Correct. So you have to have an active trading terminal account. So all in, call it with GST and all that stuff, I'd say it's about $850 with your investment, but then you get Market Atlas on top of that. That's for Carlos. Correct. Exactly. But the way I look at it now is exactly, and Chris, beautiful point. The trading terminal replay simulator is where you're really going to separate yourself from the past you, we'll say, as a trader. If you're not back testing and if you're not going in the replay simulator and working out your strategy, it becomes very challenging to just open your charts and just start trading your strategy when you really haven't put the homework into it, right? Like the saying, 10,000 hours to become a master at something. How far along are you guys on that journey? Have you put in 10,000 hours? Can you honestly say you have to becoming a trader? I know I haven't. I'm still figuring things out, right? Like I've unlocked a little bit, but I'm still learning every single day, right? Working with Eamon. And just like today, I literally just was sitting in the Bearable Traders chat room, just watching Andrew trade. That right? And you just pick up certain things of what he sees and in live time. So for anyone who's not inside of BBT, that's really the beauty is you get to watch Andrew trade live, you get to watch Paris trade live, right? But if you're an opening range trader, or sorry, an opening trader, the beauty of the BBT is that you get to sit in and watch Andrew, and you can learn so much from him, right? But you don't, I say this all the time, do not copy him. Don't copy trade. It's a very dangerous game. You need to pick your own strategy and your own style, and then back test it inside of the replay simulator on Trading Terminal. So yes, the funded account and the 3 months cost you $800, but how much value are you getting out of it? Right? If you are, instead of watching, the World Cup's on, everyone loves the World Cup, right? But once the soccer is over, or once the World Cup's over, okay, what are you doing with that same time? So if you watch soccer for 2 hours in the evening, and now the World Cup's over, right? What are you going to spend your time on, right? Instead of watching Netflix or other TV shows, right? I challenge you to go inside the replay simulator and backtest, because that's where you'll find it. You do it in the simulator. You go into the funded account. You execute what you've learned inside the replay simulator into the funded account. You become profitable in the funded account. You go into peak capital, right? You get another funded account inside of peak capital. And if you make money inside that, Andrew will cut you a check. Then take that money, open a brokerage account, and go live. If you have a small account like I do, it's very interesting. Like my psychology right now is because, yes, I've done these funded accounts. I've got 2 payouts of $10,000 from Andrew, right? And I've put this money into a brokerage account. But because the money isn't actually real in the trading terminal account, like it is to an extent, right? If you treat it like it's real, it is. But, in big picture, it's not real money. So then Andrew cuts me these checks, right? And I put them inside a brokerage account. And now my psychology, because now I know it's real, it's very different. It's going from the simulator to a live account. You'd think it'd be an easy transition. You've been doing it, but it's not. And those are some of the demons I'm fighting right now too, right? Like I'm very open with my trading. I have nothing to hide. Like the last 3 weeks, like I've been on a drawdown for sure. I had a really good day on Friday. But apart from that, like I've been leaking oil, like $150, 50, I've been like 1 to 2 hours, it's just getting hammered. Luckily Friday, like I said, I had a really good day, but the psychological pressure it puts on you is it's different. And that's why journaling is important as well. So yeah. More people wash out before making money. I would suggest if you're new, just join Trading Terminal. Exactly. Chris, 100%. Yeah. But back to someone's question here. If you go into the Lambos and garbage trucks for a cup of coffee, like you're going to spend more money at Starbucks today and you're going to get no value. You're going to get sure, you're going to have a nice little cup of coffee, but I think it's $7.99. You get access to all these videos, right? And it's not the video, it's the thought process and what you're going to learn inside of these videos, right? So I would definitely recommend becoming a Lambos and garbage trucks member. If you can't afford the BBT, right? And it's not even expensive, right? The thing about trading is it costs money. This is a pay to play game, and that's why I think the success rate is small as it is, because you need to spend money in this business. It's just like any other business, right? But this one, you need a little bit of cash. You need to pay to play. So just keep that in mind. So for $10 to be a Lambos and Garbage Trucks member, it's nothing. For $100 a month to be inside of Bearable Traders, for the value you get, and yes, I'm a moderator for them, but I wasn't always a moderator. And I paid for 3 years. I paid because of the value that you get from the community. It's not neat at the amens, right? Sure, I give a little bit of value, but direct access to Brian, Jared, Carlos, Peter, Paris, John. Like these guys are all winners and they're great traders. They're successful traders. So if you want to become a successful trader, you find a good community like Bearable Traders, and then you just trade inside of them. And you learn, you build your strategy, and you know, in 1 to 2 to 3 years, you can start making, as much money as whatever the job that you make. If you can replace the income of the job that you're currently in by trading for 2 to 3 hours a day, it's a no-brainer. If everyone could do this, everyone would do it, right? But this business is extremely challenging on your mind, on your body, right? So, but you can do it, you know? If you don't treat it like it's real, you just develop bad habits. Yeah, exactly, Candy. And, fully transparent again, I didn't journal for probably the first 6 months that I traded. And if I would have shown you my P&L, you could tell that I didn't journal. So journaling for me has become a non-negotiable. It doesn't take long. Just take a couple screenshots, write down your thought process, and keep it going. Let's get back into trading here. Sorry, I always go on my little rants here. So HIMS did not break 39. High day is now 38.97. Tesla, well, Tesla continues to climb. It's now at 414, up 5%. What did AMD do? AMD kind of rolled over, came back down, touched VWAP, squeezed back up, still at 566. Wow. Oh, what did Intel do today, actually? Two, three, four. Oh, okay. So I think who was asking about the gap and go? Intel, if you pull that up on your charts, and I'll try and figure something out with Carlos so I can get my screen up tomorrow. I can't share my DAS, so I apologize, you guys. So if you put your 5-minute range on the Intel chart, a beautiful gap and go would have been 10.03. Put your stop loss at VWAP, you would have caught that whole move to previous day close. 125. Okay. How many likes are we at? Did we get a giveaway today? Oh, we're only at 344. Ew. We haven't done a giveaway in almost a week and a half, I think. IBM broke 300. IBM. I can honestly say I've never traded IBM. Maybe I should look into it. Let's see. $300. Up 3.5%. Any news on that, Chris? Or who was trading that? Alex. CrowdStrike. Halo Killer. I treat simulation trading as real money. If I lose a trade, I'm not happy. I stop trading and then journal and learn my mistakes. Yeah, and that's just it, right? Like, I say that the trading terminal isn't real money, but to people trading it, when I was trading it, I treated it like real money. My point was, once you get, when Andrew sent me 10 grand, I'm in Canada, so it ended up being around 13,500, right? I put a little bit aside for taxes because I know the Carney CRA is coming after me eventually. But I put the rest of it in a brokerage account, right? And I had about 9,000 before that in there. So that was 17. And then I got my second one and I put that in. So I have a smaller account. It's nothing crazy, but I'm still finding that psychologically, like because now the money's real. It is good to treat the simulator like it's real money because you do want to get a payout for it, right? But The simulator is to learn to trade. It's to learn a playbook. It's to back test your playbook, right? And it's really to get access to the replay simulator, to Atlas, and to be involved in the community, right? And if you can come out after 3 months, break even or up a couple $1,000, be happy with that. You don't need the $10,000. Like, yes, it is a bonus, but if you really think about it, to get a $10,000 payout on a $12,500 account, if my math was correct, I think it was about 5 to 6 R a day, depending on it, and that's, I think, at $100 risk. Right? So is that really what your goal is? There's a little bit of luck, in my honest opinion, in the funded account. You have to have a couple really good days, and you have to, like I said, you have to build your buffer. You have to get lucky on a couple days when you get a couple really nice runners, like you get an 8 to 10 hour day. But to really think about it, just I challenge you to just go do the math on the funded account. Getting $10,000, that much of a return in 3 months is the math is it almost puts your mind in a bit of a pretzel, to be honest, because it to take like that's almost 100% return, right? So just be realistic about it, because making 10 grand in 3 months on a $12,500 account with $2,000 drawdown is it's a lot, but you can do it. I've done it twice. Did you check to make sure you had to pay tax on the 13,500 considering its earnings or winnings? Well, I had a small business before this, and my accountant said that I'm going to have to pay some tax on it because I didn't put it in. And like, I'm not a tax professional. I have no idea about any of this. This isn't advice, but I've set money aside just in case the man comes knocking. How many likes are we at? 340. Can we get 166 likes in 3 minutes? Oh, what did Wolf do today? That was on a lot of people's watch list. Nah, Wolf did nothing. You turned your P&L off last week. Who said this? Halo Killer. I turned off my P&L last week like you guys suggested, and I don't miss it, and today paid off. I focus on the trade. There you go. Yeah, and I'll give Carlos credit for this because like I said, I've watched every single YouTube video. Before Lambos and garbage trucks was around, everything was free. I would say maybe not everyone. I've watched 98% of the videos. I saw all of Carlos's old videos when he first started up, and I noticed that he took his P&L off a few years in, and it really helped him. So that's when I took mine off as well. Not then, but when I watched that video, because then you respect your process. Use your equalize risk hotkey. Okay, get in, give it some time to breathe, right? Give it that 10-15 seconds to breathe. If it's in the right direction, then partial on top of that. You know how much your partials are. When you use an equalize risk hotkey and you start to take 25% off, roughly, depending on the stock, if you trade a ticker often, you know how much you're taking off. When you click that 25% button, if you're in with $100 of risk, you know usually that each time you click that button, you're pocketing, 35, $40 or whatever the case may be. So psychologically, you still kind of know, like, it's nice not having it on your screen because it's just something else for your eyes to look at, right? You don't need it there. You can look at it at the end of the day, right? Or when you're out of the trade, pull it up, then you can see it. Das Pro is king at hotkeys, the best. Yeah, honestly, if you guys have any questions about hotkeys or the funded account, I'll put my email in this in the chat. Just fire me any questions you have. I'm happy to help. I usually get about 5 to 6 emails a day. So if I haven't responded to you, I apologize, but I think I'm all caught up. But if you guys need a hotkey script or anything like that, either you email me, you can sign up to BBT. Everything's in the back end there. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll chat with Carlos and I'll try my best to get DAS up today. Sorry about the market atlas here, but yeah, I'll be back Wednesday to my training station. But you guys have an amazing day and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay. Take care. You're welcome, guys. Cheers. Air guitar. Do 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 do.